here we are. Here we go again. So I was welcoming all of you to our world tour. This is the second edition that NGP has decided to go around the world on a virtual tour. We have started all these new experiments of bringing people together when we were forced to go online and not being able to do what we like to do most, which is to do our study tours, visiting our projects on the landscapes, and being there convening with our colleagues who are implementing the work on the ground. But everything has its good side, and the thing is that now we can organize this virtual event, visiting in 3 days, 3 projects in different geographies, literally going around the world from Southeast Asia to West Africa and South America. Today we'll be here with our 2 main facilitators of the NGP study tours, which I will invite to join me. Elena Dominguez, hello.
Hello.
Welcome. David Lindley.
Hi there, good to be back after a year.
Exactly. We haven't been together for how many years, David?
Well, it's 3 years in total. Exactly. I haven't seen Elena for 4 years, but
imagine.
Great to be back.
So that's part of the energy that we feel here. We hope that you can enjoy as much as we'll enjoy to spend this time. I'm really looking forward to hear the details from the amazing projects that we are implementing. Also, as a project, we have changed. We are no longer only a change learning platform, but now we are also making things happen on the ground. And that's exactly what we want to take here during these 3 days. So I will leave you with Elena and David, and I will be around in the screen. See you in a while. Okay, have fun.
See you,
Thanks,
Luis. Thanks for introducing the study tour, and thanks for introducing us. So hello, everybody. Welcome. We are very happy to be here, and we are going to be your field guides during this trip.
Every global trip needs a field guide, so we are 2 field guides.
Yes, exactly. And let's get ready to go into the field, David. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Let's go. Got our bush hats on, so we can go traveling right into the countryside.
Yeah, exactly. And well, just a piece of information. We are recording the meeting. Just a piece of information for you to know.
But we better check that everybody's happy, and if everybody isn't, please put it down in the chat, or you'll have to leave our room.
Okay, so
how about the global itinerary?
Can you please guide us through that itinerary, the itinerary that we are going to follow these 3 days, David?
And I brought my map all the way from South Africa, the same as last year, my special map, and I'll show you where we're going to be going over the next couple of days. Hang on a second.
Please.
There you go.
Okay.
There's our global map. So we're going to whip around the globe in 3 days. Starting off in Ghana, where we're going to meet with Rose, and we're going to learn more about what's going on in the Atabubu landscape. Then we've got a short little hop across to South America, where we can be going into Southern Bahia. And there, Marcio is going to be sharing the project that we're doing there.
That will be day 2.
That'll be day 2.
Tomorrow.
Day 3, we got a long trip. We're going to fly all the way across to Vietnam. We're going to central Vietnam, near Hue, and we're going into the central Annamites landscape. And we're learning more about some of the projects that Vu and his colleagues are involved in there. So starting off in Ghana, across to Brazil, and in day 3, going all the way across to Vietnam. That's very broadly where we're going to be traveling on this trip.
Yes. Let's give some more details about what we are going exactly to do. Which places are we going to visit during these days?
Some more itinerary information.
Okay, so here you've got the agenda for the 3 days. We are in this NGP World Tour. Today is day 1. We will be visiting Ghana and specifically the Atabubu region. And there we'll meet some very interesting people who are developing the Atabubu Anguiase project.
That's all about agroforestry, landscape restoration, and small-scale forestry. Really fun stuff.
So this is day one, and this is the agenda for today. We are now in this section, the introduction. We already did the welcoming. You already know your tourist guide. But then we'll step into the landscape with this discovering the Atebubu region and the Atebubu project session. What are we going to do there? So there we'll meet the people from the field, and they will share with us firsthand the characteristic of the project, the challenges that they are facing,
their experiences and the context that they're coming from.
Exactly. So we have these project developers helping us discovering the landscape. After that, we will go to the stepping into the landscape session. This is the session where we want you to get your hands dirty and to work close to the project developers. You see, these guys in orange are you, the participants, and this other person in purple is a project developer. So we are expecting you to meet them and have very interesting discussions that can help project developers explore their challenges.
So this is where the project developers hand over the responsibility to you. So it's about you interacting and providing some solutions to some of these challenges that they're dealing with. So we want to hear from you.
Yes, that is today's agenda. And if you look very well to this agenda, you can see that we've drawn a purple box here, including the discovering the landscape session and the stepping into the landscape session. Why did we do that, David? Do you have an idea?
Because it's so important that we focus on that. And that's what we're going to be doing and interacting with.
Yes.
But we also are going to be going to a marketplace.
Yeah, we are going to repeat this structure, the discovering and the stepping into the landscape every day.
So we're going to be doing the same thing on day 2 and on day 3.
But it's slightly different, because day 2, we won't be in Ghana, we'll be in Brazil.
In the southern Bahia.
We'll get to know the FASB project and the people that are managing that project through the same structure, discovering the landscape and stepping into the landscape. But then we'll make a visit to the local market.
And what would traveling be without going to the local marketplace?
Exactly.
And getting some souvenirs to take home.
I love those local marketplaces, so colorful, with so many smells, and you are always inspired by something. And we have very popular products in this market.
Some inspirational pills that we want you to take home.
We've got a very popular product, which is called how the hell do I manage carbon in a project? That is one of the most popular products.
And what is carbon? I mean, we want to demystify it. It can be very complicated. But one of the inspirational pills we're going to be going through is trying to demystify the carbon market and how it can be applicable to you, or in this case, a project in Africa.
We have another very popular product, which is about how do I do monitoring and evaluation without going crazy?
Which is always so difficult. And I think most of us go crazy with it, just trying to simplify it.
And we'll have another very popular product, which is the project pipeline from
WWF,
from the Forest Forward program. So that will be day 2, based in Brazil, and with this very inspiring, inspirational visit to the local market. Day 3, we'll go to Vietnam.
To the central Annamites landscape, which is a really beautiful mountainous area in the central of Vietnam near Hue.
Yes, and there we'll meet the WWF people, but in this case, we won't have this project approach. We won't be visiting a specific project, but the WWF staff will be giving an overall overview of the whole landscape approach that they are doing or implementing in the central Annamite.
And some of the bankable nature solution projects that they're involved in.
And we'll come to the end of this tour, so we'll be preparing you for a soft and safe departure.
To return home again.
Exactly. So this is our agenda for the whole 3 days.
That's it.
Yeah, and
As a quick
today
overview.
we are visiting Ghana. And I would like to start saying that I suppose that you appreciated the music that we heard at the beginning.
I loved it.
That-
I wanted to dance, and
Yeah.
Luis wouldn't let me.
That's music from Ghana, a type of music which is called, do you know how it is called?
I think it's called the high life
The
music. if I
high
remember
life
correctly.
music. Exactly. So yes, before getting to Ghana, I just need to say that I'm going to play a very unpleasant role, which is being the timekeeper. Okay, so whenever you listen to my voice saying, guys, 2 minutes left, that means that you need to be hurry up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but before going to Ghana, let's always when we get to a trip, imagine we are getting in the meeting point of this itinerary. The first thing that we do is to get to know our travel partners.
So we want to get to know who everybody is. And we're going to have a session now to help us get to know each other in smaller groups. But first of all,
we invite you to rename you. In the Zoom application, if you go to the screen where you can see your face, this is the right top corner. Yes, the right.
3 little dots on the right-hand side of the screen.
You click there. You'll find an option to rename you, and there you need to write your first name and the organization.
That's right.
Okay.
So you can say David WWF. So you're going to rename the current name that's on your screen given to you, so everybody can understand whereabouts in the world you're from.
Yeah. So
you want to give it a bash. So if everybody can do that, go to your photograph, click on those 3 little dots, and change the current name that you have to just have your first name and the organization that you're from.
And while people do that, you can also, let's do a people's map.
Oh, I think I'd like to do that.
Which is, let's write in the chat our names and the country we come from, so that we can have an idea of from where people are joining us.
Where in the globe?
Where in the globe?
How many different countries are represented? It'll be fascinating to see, because I'm not sure who is here at the moment and where they're all from.
I started already.
Great. Do you want to type mine in? Let me type mine in. Where's the chat? Where's the box? It's all in Spanish.
Yeah, there. You can go there.
Oh, there.
Okay. And now we've got, let us introduce you to our magician. We've got a Portuguese magician with us.
Yeah.
And she does all the magic behind the scenes. And this is Manuela.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, friendly magician.
So Manuela will guide us to another getting to know each other session, which is about let's create some very cozy breakout rooms so that our colleagues joining us can get to know each other better a little bit. So the invitation is for you to join this space with a little bit more privacy, and to talk with whoever who joins that room about who you are and why did you join this trip.
So you're going to be in groups of 2 or 3. You don't know who you're going to be mixed up with. Our magician will wave a wand and spirit you away into a group. And as Elena says, you can answer 2 questions with these colleagues that you'll be in the room with. Who are you and why are you here? So it's just a chance to get to know a couple of colleagues, and we'll do that twice. How long do we have for that little session, Elena?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Yeah. So you're going to have 5 minutes in your little group, and then we'll change around and have another group. So enjoy meeting some of your fellow travelers. Hope you enjoyed that, getting to know a couple of your fellow travelers.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, here we are. We finally arrived to Ghana and to the Atebubu region. And I've heard that in this region, at this very specific moment of the year, they celebrate the harvest festival.
Golden harvest.
And we are here ready with our oranges, apples, sorry, the oranges and the apples, which are the things that we harvest here.
Is this a Atabubu apple?
Mm.
Let me taste it. That's an apple from that region. Really tasty.
Okay, so we are
harvest season.
ready to celebrate the harvest. Let's see if we find some locals that can explain us a little bit more about the region, the project, and this fantastic harvest festival. Hey, hello!
Rose.
What a coincidence, Rose!
Hey.
Rose Kabusinge from NGPTA is the communications officer. And yes, you are very much involved with this Atabubu project.
Thank you. I was still wondering about this harvest. I don't think we have apples in Atabubu, so. But you're joining us in
yeah.
spirit.
Well, in any case,
But it
we
was a
are
delicious
ready
apple.
for.
Okay.
Okay. So, can you maybe introduce us to other colleagues from the project?
Yes, amazing. Thanks, Elena, for inviting me. Thanks, everyone, tuning in, and thanks, David.
My pleasure.
I don't have a hat. Oh,
Okay,
okay.
I can.
Okay.
You'll be okay.
Yes, you're very welcome, everyone, and thanks for David welcoming us here. And today we'll be talking about the Atabubu We Are the Forest Landscape Restoration Project. And I'll be taking you through the journey. I don't know, in the last study tour across the globe, I don't know if you remember anything about this project. It was still at the development phase and we had started implementing a little bit. But today I'll be sharing more about how far the project has gone. And then we'll also take you to the field team that will dive in a bit deeper into the practicalities of implementing this Living Lab project. So I'll be sharing with you my screen.
Rose, from this village very close to this one that I am in Atabubu, this neighboring village. Are you there, Rose?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just took a very, very quick train. I didn't take a flight because I wanted to keep my footprint a bit low. So I hope now everything is sorted. I'm not very far from everyone. So are we set?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Once again, you're welcome to Atabubu. And I want you to all now relate with the Atabubu and feel at home in Ghana. No, feel at forest. So this is Atabubu as a Forest Landscape Restoration Project. And Rose Kopsing, I work with NGPTA, and I'll be giving you an overview about this project. And I'll also be handing over to the field team and other parts of the project team to take you in the in-depth discussion about what's happening in Atabubu and we as a communities. So this project is a living lab for community and ecological resilience. We are working with different partners, and just to tell you that the project was inspired by the issues that are being faced in Atabubu communities and co-designed with different stakeholders. We're working with NDF, which is the Nature and Development Foundation, which is a local NGO, is an NGO in Ghana. And then we're working with private sector, working with African Plantations for Sustainable Development, which is APSD. And together we co-developed this project with the Circular Bioeconomy Alliance, which was established by His Royal Highness Prince Charles. And together with AstraZeneca, which is our main funder in their road or the journey to achieve 50 million trees of forests by 2025. So this project is funded by AstraZeneca, and we're really glad to have all this kind of ecosystem of stakeholders and partners that we're working with. And the most important stakeholder here are the communities. And that is the important, unique bit about the project. The communities, the farmers, the local farmers and the local stakeholders are the main stakeholders. And then for the other partners are just to support and kind of encourage support the communities to restore their own land and achieve ecological and community resilience. If we move forward, you see this is Circular Bioeconomy Alliance. It's Circular Bioeconomy Alliance, as I mentioned, it's kind of a network of different living labs. Living labs, the reason why our Ghana project is called Living Lab is because we are testing different approaches, seeing what works, what doesn't work, what is appropriate in the context. It's a very flexible project. It brings together different living labs for people, planet, and nature. And as you can see this photo here, this person in quite colored dress is me. And there's Andrew here. So in here, as you can see, we had a meeting with different people from all over the world who are implementing living labs. And this is the map that shows the location of different living labs that form a network of the Circular Bioeconomy Alliance. As you can see, Ghana, we are here. So this is where you are. And so welcome to the Ghana Living Lab. So now I'll be taking you through about the projects and done with the overview bit. And this is one of the landscapes we are working in. As you can see, here is the APSD, which is the other partner we're working with. You can see there's like a forest plantation, and then this is the natural bit that needs to be restored. And this is also a photo that was taken, I think in April or May somewhere during the field study, the field visits. So as you can see that we are going to possibly have an issue regarding fire management, because it's one of the issues I shouldn't be jumping over, but just for as we go on. So this living lab, or the project, which we prefer to call a living lab, has, before we go actually into what the project aims are, I'd just like to give you an overview of the unique governance of this project. And as I already mentioned, is that the farmers, the local farmers and the local stakeholders are the main stakeholders of this project. We have the project board that is in charge of, these usual project review and annual project reviews and strategic management. And then we have the advisory board, which is in charge of general oversights of what's going on in the project, what's not going right, what's going well, and what can we do. Then we have project and contract management, which is Innovaland, which is a company that is helping with project management and contractual management. I was thinking about the operational management that includes the partners I've already talked about, where we have the APSD, the NGP tier that I work for. We have the Nature and Development Foundation. And I can't forget speaking about the multi-stakeholder platform. That is the main, that is the platform that kind of like brings together the farmers, the local stakeholders. I think you can see it here. It brings all these stakeholders to discuss issues and bring resolutions on how to run the project smoothly to achieve the intended objectives and mitigate the unintended negative consequences that may come around. So, and we, of course, we're working with the Forest Research Institute Ghana and other government and non-government and private sector stakeholders. So this is where the project is located, in Bono East region of central Ghana. And so the project is a 10-year project, and the 5 years are for project implementation or living lab implementation. And we would call that experiment if we're talking about the lab, if we're using the lab language. So it's like the experimentation phase in terms of like implementation, and the 5 next years are to just view, kind of monitor and see how our experiment went, and kind of monitor and evaluate the impacts and everything. So the project is divided in 3 different approaches. One is the natural forest restoration, which we are looking to restore 2,500 hectares of degraded land. And then we have the woodlots, which is about 1,000 hectares. And this one is mainly to provide an alternative source of income for the farmers and provide sustainably produced timber and fuel. And in this, we'll be training, we are already training farmers on what the right species are to plant and how they can take care of them and how to maximize harvest. And the agroforestry issue is one of the most interesting ones. And according to experience right now, the farmers are really interested in the agroforestry bits. And you'll be hearing more about agroforestry and the kind of regenerative agriculture and the kind of species that farmers are interested in. So far, just to mention again that the project is very flexible in terms of ensuring that local knowledge is integrated into science. So we continuously assess the needs of the people to understand what is changing, what do they need in terms of agroforestry trees. For example, at the start, we thought, people would be interested in the scientifically proven agroforestry trees, but we actually found that among those trees, they're more interested in cashew nuts, in the cashew trees, because it's a direct source of income through the harvest of cashew nuts. So, and you'll be hearing more about that from the field team. Continuous stakeholder engagements and partnerships. For example, last month, we had a visit in Ghana. We had AstraZeneca and CBA, which is the Circular Bioeconomy Alliance I was talking about, visiting the field area. But yeah, so everything is continuous. It's a learning platform. And here I'm talking about the multi-stakeholder platform, which meets every 3 months for now and open to changing the meeting times. And here we discuss, all the multi-stakeholder platform members discuss about the issues, and there's good representation of all of the farming communities that we are working with, 11 for now. And each farming community has a representative, which we are calling, or which they are calling the lead farmer. And we have the advisory board that I already talked about, and there's ongoing, serious and nice capacity building happening on the ground in terms of agroforestry and climate change. Last month, we had a radio program, a very successful radio program, talking about climate change and deforestation and how to adapt to climate change and mitigate climate change, and how to plant trees, planting the right trees in the right places. And for now, last year, we had a pilot kind of restoration in the natural forest, and about 170 hectares of degraded land were restored. And there we're working with APSD, our partner. And even this year, there's more planting happening for native trees. Last year, we mainly concentrated on pioneer trees, and which were Saber, Senya, and Dawa Dawa. And we've had a few lessons we've learned in terms of the planting time. Of course, there are also issues regarding the unpredictability of the planting season. And there have been good lessons we've learned so far in the journey on when to plant and how to increase the survival rate. And 270 hectares of farm agroforestry this year is the target. We have right now in the field team, I think the field team actually must have done some work early in the morning before joining us. There's tree distribution happening and planting happening, not only just distribution, planting taking place at the moment with different species of fruit trees and cashew nuts and other agroforestry trees and some commercial tree species. Yeah, we already talked about the natural forest restoration for this year, and we are targeting about 530 hectares of natural forest restoration. And in total, we are aiming at 1.5 million trees this year. And at the end of the 5 years, we are targeting we're targeting 5 million trees at the end of 5 years. So with this project, jobs are being created, capacity is being built in Atebubu and Riasa communities, and we are also putting women and youth engagement at the center of the project. And you also see some of the challenges we'll be talking about regarding engaging women and youth in a sector that is dominated by men, and we'll be also chatting about that. Anyway, for the future, we're looking at the brighter future. We're looking at to engage with more communities, to continuously understand where their needs are and how they align with the targets of restoring nature and biodiversity and ecology. And we'll continue strengthening the governance structure. And this next year we'll be aiming higher. As you can see, our targets keep going higher. So next year we'll be aiming for over 1.15 million trees. And we are also figuring out how to incorporate a carbon project, and especially, which may be a little bit hard in terms of, because we're working with smallholder farmers, and monitoring, which is also a big one, because without understanding the impact, both intended and unintended, it may be hard to evaluate how successful the project is. And inclusion, as already mentioned, the issues with land tenure and youth and women inclusion. So we'll continue at finding solutions through the multi-stakeholder platform and the advisory board to find solutions. And I had showed you the image before with the fire management issue. So we're also looking forward to creating a contextual fire management strategy for the area. So it will be a shame if I don't show you what team is behind this project. So we have our amazing local team. These are the people that are making things happen on the ground. That Abraham and Emmanuel, they're doing a very great job in terms of working with stakeholders and working with farmers. They are, I know you've heard about being on the ground, they are really on the ground and working with farmers directly. And so there is Andrew, who is a project leader, and then there's Rui, who you also see in the background, and there's myself. And oh, good to see myself there. So, and I guess my overview will stop here, and I'll hand over to Andrew to take it up from there and kind of talk to the field team to see what's happening in the field. How does, project implementation with the farmers and stakeholders look like? What are the challenges, and how, and then maybe hear from all of you on how we could overcome those challenges. So thank you so much, and I'll hand over to Andrew here.
Okay, hi everyone. Sorry about that. We just had to we'd had to close down the muting and unmuting. So thank you very much for that introduction, Rose, and for coping with the distractions. But yeah, well done. So what we're going to do now is talk for about I'm going to chat for about 20 minutes with our two experts on the ground, with Emmanuel and Abraham, to give you a bit more, to give everyone a bit of oversight and see how things are actually happening on the ground. So yeah, we're really lucky to have Abraham and Emmanuel with us today. Abraham's a very experienced community agroforestry in Liège, working with communities, and Emmanuel is very much our expert in Ghanaian expert in agroforestry and forestry species. So can you both hear us okay?
Yes.
Okay. Abraham, you okay?
On mute. Okay.
Great. Well done. And so Abraham and Emmanuel have come down into Kumasi to get a better Wi-Fi signal so they can join the conversation. So thanks very much both for coming down. Emmanuel, do you want to just tell us a little bit about the community and the landscape, and just so people get a bit of a picture about what life is like up in Atabubu?
Yes. Can you hear me, please?
We can hear you well, Emmanuel.
Okay. The landscape, Atabubu is in the Bono East region and falls within the transition zone between the forest area and the savanna area. So that is a transition. So it's partly forest and partly savanna. And the people in the area are mainly farmers, mostly young farmers. And the landscape is mostly savanna, grassland. So they are mostly farmers, and these farmers
yeah, I was just going to say, can you tell us what are the main crops people are farming?
The main crop the people are farming are yam, also maize, cowpea, and some of them cassava. And also some of them are into animal rearing, cattle and sheep and goats. And after every planting season, they have their yam festival, which they celebrate to initiate the new yam harvest into the market. You know, that is the tradition. That is what we've learned in the landscape. And that is the tradition that after every season, before the yams are harvested, they do this festival to initiate the yam into the market. They call it a fire. Some for the Wiase area, they call it Fakwesi. So they all celebrate the same festival, Atebubu and the Wiase landscape area.
Okay, thanks, Emmanuel. Abraham, do you want to just try? We got you back?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Abraham. Great.
Okay. Okay.
So can you add anything to what Emmanuel was just telling us about how Atabubu is up in the transition zone between the kind of on the edge of the savannah? Can you just tell us a little bit more about that and the landscape?
Okay. As what Ima said, I wanted to add something small related to the Atabubu Wiase forest landscape area. The project area is noted for agricultural production, like the food crops, the yams, and the other food crops. But one key area is the charcoal production in the region. That is one of the main cause of the degradation, the forest degradation at the area. And the agriculture, the way they do their farming practices is also one of the key factors that is also causing deforestation within the area. So when you talk of the area, it's attributed to the encroachment by the farmers, the charcoal production, and the bushfire. Those are the three main incidents that is happening within the project area. That's the Atabubu and the Wiase forest landscape area.
Okay, thanks, Abraham. And certainly with the charcoal, every time I visited, the number of charcoal trucks coming down into Kumasi, bringing fuel and energy down, it's quite remarkable, but quite concerning as well to see that pressure on the landscapes. And can you just tell us a little bit more about some of the tactics? You know, we've been talking about the projects and the agroforestry side of things and the multi-stakeholder platform. Can you just tell us a little bit more about that, about the tactics and the techniques you're using to work with the local community and how you're building that relationship?
Okay, very good. In the project, currently we are working in 11 communities within the project area. And before we get to the community, first of all, we need to enter the community and talk to some of the key stakeholders. That we call community engagement. We need to engage the opinion leaders, the community members, any interested person at the community come on board. Then we'll do a general sensitization about the project and the need for climate, why the environment has been changing. But once we engage them, you open the profile, you engage them collaboratively. They will share that 10 years back, maybe 50 years back, the area was not like this. But currently, because of our bad practices, cutting down the trees, using the trees for charcoal and bad agricultural practice, and a lot of unfriendly environmental practice have caused the climate to change. So during that community engagement, if you engage them, they realize that no, we need to sit down and come together to see how best we can solve this problem. So community engagement is one of the tools that we use at the project level. Another one is the the MST, multi-stakeholders platform. This is the platform at this level where all the major stakeholders come on board. We meet every 3 months, that's quarterly, to discuss the progress of the project at the community level and how best they can also contribute to solve some of the pertinent issues at the community level. At this platform, we have the community rep, we have the farmers on board, we have the opinion leaders, we have the local government representatives. That's the Forestry Commission, we have the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, we have the district assembly reps. They all come together so that we give an update of what is happening at the community level and what are the main issues that we are facing and how best can we all come together to solve those issues. So this platform, the multi-stakeholder platform, is one of the platforms that we use to resolve issues that are beyond we as a community workers. Another approach is the lead farmers. We have the lead farmers at the community level. They are our direct contact at the community level. They normally help us with when we want to organize a meeting at the community, they normally help us with the community mobilization, especially when we come to the mapping. Before you get to the field, these lead farmers also help us with the mobilization of the farmers, leading us to the farm, and those kind of stuff. So the lead farmers are one of the key direct contacts at the community level. And another strategy is the mapping. Before we even supply you the seedlings, we need to know where the farm is located. We need to know the farm size, the characteristics of the farm, and see whether if you plant the seedlings or if you participate in the agroforestry project, you can able to get a benefit in future. So we'll go to the farm and spread the farm, map the farm with our tools. At the end of the day, we're able to get a farm size, and the app will, with the help of the rule, will do the automatic calculation. We know the number of seedlings that we have to allocate to the farmer. We have to know the number of economic trees we have to give to the farmer to plant around the boundaries and all those things. And from there, we do the agroforestry training. This is one of the key points, because this agroforestry, if you don't train the farmers on how to plant, they might plant it in future, it will create another problem for them. So NDF, we at the community level normally do the mobilization of the farmers. NDF would and Ministry of Agriculture, MOFA, come in to give the direct training on how the farmers will do their planting and maintenance culture at the initial stage of the crops. So in our community, we do after that, then we'll bring in the seedlings to the farmers to start planting, and we do the monitoring, the post-planting monitoring.
Okay, thanks, Abraham. Thanks for that sort of background to the work that you're doing. Emmanuel, can you tell us a little bit more about the agroforestry side and what tree species you're planting there, and what species the farmers were interested in? Is Emmanuel frozen? I think we've lost Emmanuel. Abraham, can you tell us a little bit more about the species that we're using and yeah, the difference between the shade trees and the fruit trees?
Okay. We have two main food trees that we supply to all interested farmers. We have the cashew nut seedlings, and we have the mango species. So some farmers will prefer to plant the cashew and at the same time plant the mango seedlings, depending on the farmer interest and his availability of the land. We supply those seedlings to them. And it's a month that we have to apply the economic trees. So we have about 4 or 5 economic trees that we give to the farmers. We have the Tesmela alvarensis, we normally give it to the farmers. We call it a fram in a local language. We have the mahogany, we have the Milala, we have the Sidriala, and these seedlings that we normally give the farmers, we don't force them. The farmers have to come out with well, this is the species that I want to plant in my farm. The farmer it's coming from the farmer's own preference, so that we allocate the seedlings to the farm and the farmers, so that we can start monitoring what's and so that they have to plant according to our planting protocols and the models that we want them to plant.
Okay, thanks, Abraham. Emmanuel, are you back with us? Can you hear us okay?
No, we lost him.
No, we've lost him. Okay. Okay, so it's all down to you, Abraham.
Yeah.
So what are the we're sort of over the hump of the planting season this year. You guys have done a really good job and achieved a huge amount with over, as we were saying before, with nearly 250 farmers. What are the main lessons that you've learned so far in terms of working with the farmers and getting trees out to site?
Okay. We have learned a series of lessons at the field. One lesson I've learned is working with the farmers, working with the community and the local farmers. We have learned key lessons. Simply, one of the key lessons, if you are able to build that kind of rapport with the farmers, you're able to move along with them. They understand you and they feel that you are part of them. And it's like it's making the project more easier for us in terms of at a community level. When you get there, they feel like you are part of them. Even if you go to the field, they can even offer a place for you to sleep, to do your work. And it's one of the key lessons I've learned from the field is that if you're able to get along with the farmers, 30% of the work is done from my own perspective. Yeah. Recently, like when we were doing the distribution, our tribe got to work of one of the community, and one of the lead farmers, he had to feed us at the community level and give us a place for us to bed. And I was so happy, simply because we have built that kind of rapport with them. And it's one of the key lessons that if you're able to build rapport with them, it makes the project easier for us. And another lesson is the gender, that's the women participation and youth inclusion. We try to create an enable environment for the women to also involve themselves in the project. And it's one of the key lessons that we have learned from the community, because there are some women, despite the challenges of getting access to the land and even some cultural practices, but there are some women, they are trying to own their own parcel so that they can create that kind of economic resilience to them. And some of the youth are also participating in the community, these projects, simply because they realize that in future, the community belongs to them. And if they are able to participate and own this project, in future, it will, in terms of economic assets, they will be well to live in the community.
Okay, thanks, Abraham. Emmanuel, you're back with us.
Yes.
Is there can I ask you the same question? What are the lessons that you've learned as we're getting towards the end of this first planting season? What are the key things?
One of the key things, like I have learned, is we've learned to listen to the farmers very well, because in the project there are some aspects that we propose to these communities, to these farmers, that at the end of the day we have to listen to them and change some of our what we want to give to the farmers, especially in the tree species, the forest trees. We came in with a lot of tree species and the farmers have to tell us, no, we don't want these species, we want these species, these ones. What we learned was that if we force these tree species on these farmers, I don't know if these farmers are not going to plant, because initially they told us they don't want it. So we had to listen to them and bring to them the tree species that they themselves, they want, and if they are given to, they are going to plant. And so we listen to them. We've learned one of the lessons is we've learned how to listen to them, and that is helping the project a lot. And it is part the reason why we are where we are now in the first phase of the project. And we've listened to them very well. And that is, for me, that is the major lesson that we've learned on this project.
Okay, thanks, Emmanuel. And can you tell us a little bit more about what are the challenges the farmers are facing when you're on a day-to-day basis? What are the big challenges for the farmers in growing their crops and things? I think we may have lost Emmanuel. Emmanuel, can you hear us there? It was just a question about what are the main challenges facing the farmers?
In the agroforestry,
yeah,
one of the challenges to the farmers was initially, these farmers are used to planting their annuals, their maize, their cowpeas, and so this takes a very short time, 3-4 months, and they harvest. Now we came in with the cashew and the mango. The cashew and mango, hopefully 3 years, they would benefit, so they were happy. But then one challenge was, oh, please plant these trees along with the cashew. And then the farmers started like, well, how long will these trees take before we benefit from? And now that was the challenge. They preferred the tree crops that will mature very early, 3 years maximum, to the trees that will take about 10, 15 years, 20 years before they reap the benefit. So one of the challenge was that, and one of that challenge was access to land. There were farmers who were very willing to participate on the project, but then access to land was an issue for them, not land tenure, but then they didn't have the land, and so they couldn't participate. So one time, some of these farmers approached and said, okay, can you talk to the farmer, to the traditional leaders, the chiefs, so that they give us the land? But then we as the community workers didn't want to participate in those land issues because we only facilitating, we only providing them with those land. Main challenges: farmers accepting the trees to plant, the forest trees to plant, and the issue of land. Not, and also maybe the land tenure system. But then the issue of land is a problem to one of the challenges that we're facing.
Okay, thanks, Emmanuel. Have you got anything to add there, Abraham, in terms of some of the challenges and particularly around the land question?
One of the challenges we were facing on the field is the migrant farmers. There are some communities, the migrant farmers, they have been in the community maybe for a long time, maybe 20 to 30 years, but they don't have total ownership right of the land. They have the right to plant their food crops on the land, but they don't have the total right to plant cash crops. So when we brought on this project, they were happy, they wanted to participate, but the problem was we have to go back to the traditional authorities and renew some agreement with them. And it's like it became very difficult for them. So one of the challenges, because I have some few farmers who went to their field to peg for them, help them to do the pegging. So when the time for planting, the traditional authority have to say that no, they have to come and pay their dues to the traditional authorities. So I tried to inquire and they said, no, they have been farming here with their food crops for a long time. We will not disturb them because those food crops, they have to use it as their daily food and other stuff. But when it comes to cash crop like cashew and mango, if you plant it, it becomes permanent. It means you are taking over the land. You have to come back and renew some agreement with them. And it becomes very difficult for them. And it's like, I don't know whether they are not willing to do it and they don't have the money to do it. Some will complain that they don't have the money to renew those agreements with the traditional authorities. And others will say, no, we will not pay. So it's become a little bit issue with the, especially the migrant farm. But if you are indigenous in the community, you have 100% right to plant the cashew.
Okay, thanks, Abraham. So what we're going to do now is, now we've just had a bit of background from Emmanuel and Abraham on what the work that's going on the ground, is we're going to talk a little bit more about the some of the key challenges. And we've got a short presentation that Abraham's going to lead us through on some of the key challenges. And the second part of this session is going to be breakout rooms, where we'll have a breakout room for each of the challenges. And one of us will be leading the discussion in each breakout room. And you'll hear a bit more about that from Elena in a minute. But Abraham's going to try and hopefully it will work, share a short presentation about some of the key challenges. So first of all, thank you, Emmanuel, and thank you, Abraham, for chatting to us, and thank you for getting somewhere that we've had a good signal that's held up for the last half an hour. So I'll hand over to Abraham to just take us through these challenges.
Okay. Yeah, thanks you once again. I would like to share some of the challenges we are facing on the field within our project area. That's a Atebubu Forest Landscape Restoration Project. We have 4 challenges. And the first challenge we're facing at the community level is land tenure. Land tenure is one of the issues at the community level. We have farmers who are willing to participate in the project, but there is a problem in terms of agreement between the farmers and the traditional authorities. There's another aspect of the traditional authorities are claiming that if we allow these farmers to plant these cash crops, which will take a long time on the land, it's become very difficult for them to get their royalties back. So before you plant, they are proposing that you have to come to their feet so that you chart out what we call land agreement between the interested farmers and the traditional authority. So it's one of the challenges that we're facing on the field. You see farmers planting the first photograph, they are planting their normal food crops like the maize, the food crops, the cereal crops, and others. And the other one is some of the agroforestry seedlings that we are supplying to one of the community. So the big question here is that how should we work with farmers to have a long-term relationship, and at the same time, how we can minimize the risks for community and the project? Because we are working in the community, we need to have that kind of long-term relationship with the farmers and the traditional authorities. So that's a question on board. The second one is fire. As Rose was doing his presentation, is one of the challenge within the area. If you look at the first image, this image, that's from the satellite image. It was taken somewhere 2021, November. And if you look at it, 2022, during the dry season, the place was nearly totally burnt out. So fire is one of the risks at the community level, because we can decide to plant these trees. And if you are not able to manage the fire well, our effort and our energy will be in vain. So the question is, how can we work with communities within the project area to reduce these risks, and at the same time to raise their capacity to tackle the fire at this earlier stage for the projects? Okay, the third challenge that we are facing is the gender and youth engagement gap. I could remember when we did the first MSC meeting, there was only one woman who was representing the whole multi-stakeholder platform. It became a very big issue. So our second engagement, the women participation was increased to 5. So it was okay, but we see that it's a big challenge, even at a community level. When we did the first distribution of the seedlings, the interested farmers was around 15 to 20% of women who are participating in the agroforestry project. And we see as a big challenge for us in future. So the question is, how can we bring these women and the youth participation in our project? So the question is, which strategies can we use to increase women engagement and the youth and the young people within our project area? So this is the question we need to discuss when we do the breakup to our various rooms for further discussion. And the last point is monitoring and evaluation. We have planted a lot of trees. We have supplied a lot of trees to these farmers. And if we are not able to track where the seedlings are, to know their survival rate from day one, after we distribute the seedlings to the farmers, we need to start with a post-monitoring mechanism. If you are not able to put systems in place to track these trees, at the end of the day, our survival rate will be very low in terms of the short-term monitoring mechanism and the long-term. So the question is, how do we involve the community people so that we can monitor these seedlings that we have given to them, and what are the monitoring and evaluation procedures that we can use it at on this project to make our achievement more successful. So it's another question that we need to also discuss about how we can monitor these seedlings, but with the involvement of community, and what are the procedures we can use to monitor these projects. Yeah, thank you very much. So over to you, Andrew.
Thanks, Abraham. I think we're going to hand back to Elena and David now to guide us on the second part of the tour.
Yes, so thank you very much for this very inspiring chat from the field.
I found it fascinating.
It was fascinating. And what was I going to say? Yes, we knew this was going to be an exciting tour in Ghana, but we did not expect that we were going to have these bad spirits from the forest trying to attack us. And it has made the trip more exciting,
So,
even.
Without a doubt, it just goes to show that these spirits still wander around in the forests.
So
in
thank
Central
you
Africa.
guys for being there, keeping the calm and everything.
And keeping us safe.
Yeah, exactly. So now what we are going to do, we are going to take a little break because I think that we need it. We deserve it, I would say. So a 5-minute break, and after that we will go to this stepping into the landscape session, where we want you to get your hands dirty and help this fascinating team from the field, Abraham, Emmanuel, Andrew, Rose, to explore those challenges. So I'm gonna play some high life music from Ghana, and see you here in 5 minutes. Okay?
Enjoy your break.
Thank
See you now.
Here we are again back. So let's wait for the people to arrive after the break, having a quiz about the things you've learned through the discovering the Ghana and the Atebubu region and the project session.
So we're going to be testing to see how well you've been listening.
Yeah, it was difficult to listen and to pay attention because we had these spirits attacking us. But I'm sure you did pretty well. So let's call our good spirit, our good magician.
A good magician.
Yeah, Manuela from Portugal. Manuela, can you please share the link? No, not the link. Share the quiz with the participants. Do you want to read the questions, David?
Yep. The first one's about the Atebubu. So the Atebubu and the Wayasa project is a what? Is it just a carbon project or a tree planting project or an integrated community and landscape project? So make your vote and then we'll see what everybody comes up with. The second question is Ghana is associated with what kind of music?
High life music, low life music, Samba music.
Samba music sounds good. Do you make your decision? Then the third one, what are the two main agroforestry crop species which the farmers requested?
Mhm.
Would it be mango and cashew, pineapple and coconuts, or apples and oranges?
Okay.
Your choice.
So let's see how people have responded.
Might take them a while because those are tough questions.
Yeah,
Lena.
they are.
So let's wait and see. They're coming in now. Seems like quite a few people, 16 out of the 18 people have already said high life music.
Can you, Manuela, can you show the results in the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so yes.
Look at that. We got a pretty sharp bunch of people
you
here.
were right. You got it very well right. The Atebubu project, it is not just a carbon project, neither just a tree planting project.
It's an integrated project.
Yeah.
Integrated community and landscape project. Well done, guys. Everybody got that right.
Okay. The
Second
Ghana typical music, or one part of Ghana's typical music is the high life music.
I really enjoyed
We'll
it.
listen to some samba music tomorrow when we visit Brazil. And
Very similar in some ways. I mean, there was some
difficult
kind of
not to dance with high life music and with samba. And yes, the farmers requested to plant mango and cashew nuts.
Yep. And
So-
17 out of 18 people got that right. So yeah, well done, guys.
So thank you very much for being paying so much attention. Let's get now to the stepping into the landscape and the hands dirty session. So what we are going to do is that, well, Abraham presented 4 different challenges, but we are only going to explore 2 of them. The first one is the one about how to engage female women and youth in the project. And the other one will be about monitoring and evaluation. So again, our magician will create these breakout rooms. You will be able to join freely and to move from one room to the other. And we will be here as Manuela and the rest of the team to assist you in case that you have any problem. And they will have some facilitators in the room.
Yep, they'll have the facilitators in the gender and youth, Rose will be there and I will be there. And the second room on monitoring the evaluation will have Angel and Abraham. So you got some people to facilitate the discussion and guide you if you want to have some extra information about some of the projects, but also to try and find some of those solutions to the challenges that they presented.
Yeah, so you'll have 40-minute discussions. As I said before, you can move from one of the rooms to the other if you want to go and gossip into the other room. And then we'll come back to plenary and share the main highlights from the discussions. Are you ready for this exciting tour? Can you maybe, I think I would advise you to fasten your seat belts because Manuela is going to send us to another different space.
Teleport us to the 2 different rooms. Make your choice.
Now I will not teleport anyone because people will have to choose what's the room they want to be there.
Good point. Thank you, Manuela. Good point. Very good point.
Thanks, Manuela.
So make your choice and have a safe trip.
Right, and I'm going to disappear to my room on youth and gender together with Rose. So those of you that want to join us,
See
I'll
you
see
in
you
a
there.
while. We are here to assist you if you need us.
Bye for now.
Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Yes, so we'll do it from here. It's so convenient to have this lady from the neighboring village.
Yay.
Yeah, so I hope the conversations were very exciting. And now it is the time for the report back. Who's going to start? Maybe gender?
You said it. You said it.
Yeah? Yeah. Okay, so Rose, I think it is you, the one.
Okay, I think we had the most amazing group, and we had Nathan, Mallory, Siddhavon, Finn, Bunny, Annabelle, Marcio, Danny, myself, and David. So
Rose, you have to go
That's
near
it.
the camera because we're not seeing you.
Yeah, there you
yay, I'm back.
go.
But I'm sure you are hearing me.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. She's the one.
Yeah, but she can't see you.
If you
No,
could
no.
a bit.
Elena is just like a ghost, comes and goes.
It's all these spirits that we're having in Ghana.
I think Abraham and Emmanuel may have something to explain because they need a boo-boo. What did you do to us? Anyway, as I was saying, I think we had a very amazing group of the people that I've just mentioned, and we were working on the strategies to ensure more women and young people are actively engaged in the project, not as passive participants, but as active partners in this project. And we really had very great points. So I'm going to give a few points, and then if I miss anything, David will help me out, or anyone in the chat who was part of the group will help us out. So like it's important to know that everyone recognized like the issue of gender and women engagement is a big issue globally, engaging them in forestry and forest landscape restoration. So some of the strategies that were proposed by the group were, first of all, kind of understanding what are the women needs, because we did a needs assessment, and also we understood that farmers were interested in, let's say, cashew nuts and mangoes, but maybe we need to find out what exactly women need and what are their challenges, what is prohibiting them from actively participating, and how can we actively engage them. And so with that, it means that we'll get the knowledge that women have regarding on the topic and how to work with them. And then we also need to raise awareness about their participation, how their participation is important, not only for short-term, but long-term benefits. And then everyone agreed that engaging women as active partners helps to de-risk the project and for sustainable benefits to the community. And then there's a point that was raised by Finn and others that agreed is the affirmative action. And also Marcio also agreed that we need to identify the roles, the specific roles for women to participate in this project. But that's after understanding what roles they are playing in the community, but also the roles they would like to apply, they would aspire to play in the project and beyond the project. So roles, it could be maybe they're interested in, community nursery beds, they're interested in working in monitoring and evaluation. So we could find ways of engaging, working with them through identifying specific roles. Then the other one is on Mallory kind of referred back to her trip to Uganda with NFC. I can see Candice here. Candice, it seemed like Mallory was really impressed with whatever is happening there. She gave us an overview of how you're working to engage women, and also Annabelle agreed in terms of like identifying women champions that are already in communities and engaging them and using them as influencers to engage other women in communities. And there was a key point that almost all of us agreed, with, is working with existing groups, women groups and youth groups that are
and church groups.
And church groups. And because there are some spaces where you find more women, like in church, and if you're using like traditional leaders and chiefs and everyone, so they can easily be heard by the community. But working with existing women groups can also bring a voice and for us to understand more what women want and how we can work with them, but they can also influence the engagement of and participation of other women. I think I'm almost stopping. I'll let you go on. I think there's other one point that is to do with having a youth representative on the multi-stakeholder platform. And Finn suggested that it would be good to have that youth representative as a female. So it's like hitting two birds at the same time with one stone. And so I think the project implementers and are here are listening to this. So having a youth representative in the MSP, but also using the right media if we want to communicate to women, we cannot assume that they are looking at Notespot or they are listening to the radio. So we need to identify what are the medium of communication that women use a lot in the community in Atebubu and Wiase. So yes, thanks if I missed anything.
I think there's only 2 points. I like the way Nathan said, if you want to involve the youth more, go to the places where the youth gather and talk to them there to try and involve them a lot more. And the other very obvious thing that some of us often miss, that Barney raised, was make sure that you have your meetings at the right times that are convenient to women. And that's not the time when they're cooking food or they're dealing with kids. Or so take that into consideration, I think, when you're thinking of actually having your meetings. Marcio mentioned having a specific role for women. He found that a lot of women, certainly in Brazil, they were very good with their hands, and they were a lot more productive than men when using them in the nurseries, because it's very fine work, and women are very good at needlework and men are very bad at that. So it's finding jobs that are quite specific to women. That was what Marcio
and then
raised.
we had a small little discussion of like, we also need not to like reinforce the stereotypes. So we have to do it in a good way that of course respects the culture, but also does not reinforce,
Exactly. Yep. But I think one of the underlying themes coming through was the need to empower women, for them to become more confident and to feel that they are able to stand up and say what they want and to be able to join groups. So yeah, it was a very interesting discussion, I think, lively discussion, and some really interesting tips that you might be able to use in your project.
Exactly. So thanks to the amazing gender youth group. And by the way, we also agreed that we are all youth, didn't we?
That's right, all of us.
But that was for the other session. Now I think you're not a youth. No.
I'm not a youth, no. I'm probably just over the cusp, but I like to think I'm a youth.
Okay, guys, so let's keep that discussion for another moment. And let's welcome the other group. I hope that you have such an interesting conversation as the gender and youth group. Angel, is you the one doing the reporting back?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, we had a very interesting discussion, at least this is how I saw it. Just to remind you that basically connecting what Abraham was presenting, so there is a need to monitor the survival rate of the seedlings, so of the trees that has been planted, and there is this need and this question about how do we involve the community in carrying out this monitoring. So I would say that the first message that I got from the discussion is that if you want to involve the community, the first thing that is really, really important, is key, is to understand what is the definition of success, what are the expectations of the community that you want to involve on the project, and then try to build up a monitoring system that aligns with that definition of success expectations. In order to get an idea and understanding of this type of, of this success expectations, it was recommended doing a mix of both qualitative and quantitative measurements. So being the traditional approach, try to get numbers, a scientific approach, or that show, numbers that tell you how things are progressing, but also getting to know, hearing the community's stories regarding again, what is the success and the expectations of the community, in order to understand, how things within the local context are important. Again, summarizing or highlighting the fact that the scientific element or the quantitative measures as important as the qualitative information. And we went through some examples of the value of this type of approach. So summarizing, understanding the definition of success and expectation of the community is a key element. Regarding the specific proposals on how to measure the rate of seedlings, the resilience, the survival rate, it was suggesting, I mean, using the app that is already in place that gives you an idea of the polygon where the area where you are working, I mean, looks like, as well as information such as the number of planted seedlings, engage with the lead farmer so they can basically upload in the same system after, well, during the first year, so after 6 months or even a year, to provide information of the number of plants that has survived, the number of trees that has survived. And in order to incentivize, or a key element that was identified was the need and importance to incentivize the lead farmer to do this counting and therefore show a good performance. So by providing some sort of reward, and again linking this reward to what I said before, this definition of success and expectations. This, and it was share some examples, could be an interesting way to monitor survival rate. Then it was suggested, well, after some years, second, third year, it could be then interesting to run a sampling exercise, probably even for a third party, and as well as use other well, digital tools like satellite images to double check the information that we get from this collaboration with the lead farmer. What else? It was suggested also that when identifying indicators, it's really important that this is done early in the process of designing a project. And we heard some examples from Brazil about that. So as part of the design of the project, so early in the process from the definition point of view, then the implementation and the monitoring, everything is integrated and is part of the design process. Also, well, it was suggested, I mean, the importance to involve the community both in what is the scope of elements that are going to be measured, as well as the actual collection of data for the monitoring. And I will stop there. I don't know if anyone that participated in this group have something else to add or to amend.
Thank you, Angel. Anyone wants to contribute to Angel's summary? Well,
or to the summary that Rose gave.
So it seems that we came to the end of this exciting day in Ghana. And tomorrow we'll meet you all, I hope, in Brazil. We are going to go to the south of Bahia, and we are going to meet there Marcio and Raoni, for example, these guys who are behind the FastBee project. So just join us and bring your hats.
Let's try and make ourselves look as silly as possible.
Yeah.
To make, there you go. So, I love Raoni's.
See you tomorrow, guys, for a very, very exciting day in the south of Bahia. We've called it the playful and the joyful and colorful Bahia.
It's a festival time too, so there's going to be some wonderful music. So it's going to
Rose
be very different.
says, feel free to invite your friends, but don't bring any spirit, bad spirit from the forest, please. Okay, so see you tomorrow in Bahia.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for staying with us and joining us.
Bye bye.
Ela só quer saber se namorar. Ela só quer saber se namorar. Ela só quer. Ela só quer saber se namorar. Mas o doutor nem examina, chamando o pai do lado, lhe diz logo em surdina que o mal é da idade, que tá tão menina, não tem um só remédio em toda a medicina. Ela só quer só pensa.
Ela só quer, só pensa em namorar.
Ela só quer, só pensa em namorar.
Ela só quer, só pensa em namorar.
So, welcome again.
To the second edition of our Global Project Developers Study Tour. The
And
first one being in 2021.
And our second day of this fascinating trip. And we have arrived to the south of Bahia.
Yep, the party city, the party area.
Yes. And well, I think that we are quite well prepared with this. They are celebrating a festival, something that is called Festa Juninas, and they dress like this, and women wear these plates, and
men wear checked shirts and bandanas.
So we
and
are
lovely hats.
we are ready to celebrate.
We're ready, and we only arrived last night from Ghana. So yeah, this global study tour, we're kind of halfway through, but we'll take you through the trip so far and where we are now and where we're going tomorrow.
Let's go for a walk around this place to see if we meet any project developer. What do you think?
I think that would be great.
I think I'm is that Mars from the FASBI project?
Yeah, in Southern Bahia.
Fazio.
Yes, it is.
Hello, so nice to meet you. Yeah.
Hello, Elena. Hello,
So
David.
happy to see you.
Oh, it's nice. And you came in a wonderful time. You know,
Yeah.
the June parties here, it's the entire month of June. We have parties. It's a Catholic celebration. We celebrate saints. So it's Saint Antonio and Saint João. And we have lots of music, dances, and lots of food as well. And it's a big celebration that goes through the entire month. And it's really funny. And what's really interesting about it is that, you know, there's stories of how it originated, these parties. And they say that it was back in the 18th century when Great Western, an English company, came to Brazil and started building the railroads. And their workers, they used to make parties, and where they called parties, they said, well, what is this party? Oh, it's parties for all the people, just like FASBI, it's for all people here. And they decided, you know, and they started for all, and then they made like this beautiful, this nice song, which is now here in Brazil, we call it forró. And the master player is Luis Gonzaga, what we were hearing before, you know. So all this music we're hearing, and it's excellent to dance. It's a really democratic party. Everybody dances with everybody, and it's really for all the people. And that's excellent, because just like FASBI, which we're about to present.
How long does this festival last for? Festa Juninas.
Yeah, well, it's the entire month of June. But you know, like Brazil, they like parties, and it goes through July as well. It's July, and you know, they just extend here till people don't want to. Well, people love party, and I love Festa Junina. It's excellent. The food is excellent. The music is excellent. Well, and you guys are welcome. You came to the right moment.
Thank you.
I think we better move to this part of the world. Because
Yeah.
we don't have parties like this at home in South Africa and Spain.
Well, in Spain we have some parties.
Yeah, you have some
But that's
parties.
another story. And Marcio, are there any other project developers from FASBI in this Festa? Can you introduce them to us?
Yeah, I'm here with my colleagues, and I would like to invite Haoni, who helped me, he's our origination coordinator, and also Yanara, which is our monitoring coordinator. They're both here also having fun here with me.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Anara.
Hello.
Hi, Haoni. Good to see you guys.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Let's see what's the plan for the party today. Okay, can you bring us the itinerary and
Of
the
course.
agenda?
And first I'll bring my famous world map so we can see where we've been, where we are, and where we're going over this 3-day period. Hang on a sec, I'll be back now. There you go. There's my world map. So on our trip around the world, we started off, there you go, Spain was right up there. That's where Elena's from, and I'm from South Africa. And our first port of call yesterday was Ghana, where we visited the Atabubu project, where we had some amazing projects on forest restoration, agroforestry, small scale plantations. And then last night, Elena and I flew across to Brazil, to Southern Bahia. And that's where we are now. We're going to hear about the multitude of projects and project developers that are working under the FASB banner. And Marcio and his team will tell us more. And then tomorrow, we're flying all the way across to Asia, to Vietnam. We're going to the central Annamites landscape in central Vietnam to find out more about the approach the WWF office is using there to landscape restoration in the central Annamites and how they actually do it. So we've got a really interesting itinerary. Yesterday was Ghana, today is Brazil and Southern Bahia, and tomorrow is Vietnam.
Yes, and let's go for the agenda for the party.
Here you go.
Now. So can you see it? We are here in Brazil. This is day 2. And well, I need you to have a look at this structure that is here with this purple frame, because this structure is going to be repeated every day. So yesterday we had that, today we are going to have this also, and tomorrow we will repeat that structure too. So the agenda for today, Brazil, south of Bahia, we are going to do a discovering session with the project developers. Project developers, Marcio, Raoni, Yanara will guide us through the FASB project, and we'll have this first glimpse to the landscape and the work that they are doing.
Taster.
A taste. After that, we are going to a session that we call stepping into the landscape. And we call it like this because we want you to step into the landscape and to really work together with the project developers.
And get your hands dirty.
And stop making pictures and stop being a tourist and try to work closely with the project developers. So this person here is one of the project developers in purple, and you, the participants of this study tour, are those in orange. And project developers will share with us their main challenges, and we'll discuss and explore
some of the solutions.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's where the responsibility is up to you, the participants. We're relying on your experience to come and help decide on some solutions to some of the real practical challenges that Marcio and his team are dealing with.
Yeah. And after that, today we have a fascinating session because we are going to visit the local market. I love those visits. I find them so inspiring.
The sights and the smells, that's when you really feel a country going into that market. And we're going to be giving you some pills of inspiration through a number of different presentations and rooms that you'll be able to go into and choose.
So the most popular products that are sold in this market are, there is one very popular, which is unraveling the mysteries of carbon projects.
Which can be really complicated. I know I find it complicated.
So
this is going to make it simple.
We sell it very well. We've got another product very popular, which is called how can I do monitoring verification without going crazy in the projects? And that's also one of the most sold products in the market. And we have another very popular product that is called the Forest Forward Project Pipeline. So you'll have the opportunity to go to these little shops that they sell these super popular products and get inspired by their offer.
Sounds like a great market to me.
That's the agenda for today. And all of that seasoned with the
spices,
the national music, this celebrating atmosphere, because we are in the south of Bahia in the month of June, and we are celebrating the Festa Junina. So let's get started.
Sounds like fun.
Let's invite again Marcio and the rest of project developers. So Marcio, are you ready to guide us and help us discover the FASB project?
Yeah, I'll have to get out a little bit of this party here, but then I'll settle down and I'll make my presentation here together with my colleague, Raoni and Yanara. So first, I would like to share the screen. Is that okay, Elena? Can I share the screen with everybody?
Please.
Okay, yeah, this view is from the top of the hill where the first Portuguese, when they arrived here in Brazil, was the first hill they saw. So we're in the south of Bahia, where Brazil was discovered by the Portuguese navigators. And okay, so let's talk a little bit about FASB. FASB, it's the South Bahia People Fund, but we call it FASB because in Portuguese is Fundo Ambiental Sul Baiano. And FASB also is a word that you can say it better than if we have only the letters in English. Okay, so let's start. FASB, it's a 3.5 million nonprofit fund, and its vision is to help develop a region of Bahia where people and nature thrive in harmony. Well, we have a local partner, which is the local forest dialogue, together with NGPTA, together with Innovaland and a Danish investor. Okay, we established also some goals for FASB. Our goals are 1,500 hectares of Atlantic rainforest restoration and 1,500 hectares of sustainable land use, sustainable agriculture, sustainable, and agroforestry systems. And also we support 5 projects to make a difference on scale, which is, 5 projects that they become not only projects, but a business. And I would like to introduce, Yanara, feel free here to complete anything you have in this slide. It's okay, or can we go to the next one?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, about the results, the total investment for FASB projects is 720,000 euros. We have 70 projects submitted, 18 approved from 16 institutions, and 2 projects are in stage 2 and 16 are in stage 1. And at the moment, 13 projects are in evaluation phase.
Okay, just complimenting a little bit of Yanara, maybe, okay, stage 1 projects are projects that go up to 20,000 euros. And stage 2 projects are projects that go, they ask for finance more than up to 200,000 euros. Or stage 1 usually are projects that we, make surveys, studies, so we can go to a stage 2 project. A stage 2 project are projects where activities are executed in the field, like reforestation or building agroforestry systems, sustainable land use. Okay, Yanara?
So we have a list of 18 projects and 16 institutions involved. There is a diversity of developers, institutions, and objectives of forest conservation projects in progress. We need to expand. We need more forest restoration projects. There is also a need for area expansion. As you can see on the map, there are gaps to be filled. The 90 project centers under analysis will aim to increase this coverage area. The FASB team now counts with a field technician, Neuza, who will be collecting data in the fields, aiming at gathering information to shape files of the project areas. Yeah?
Okay, yes. Good, Yanara. Yeah, you can see here we're still lacking some areas here, and we need to spread a little bit better our projects, but our team is working on that. Okay. And also, we're a little bit here behind in our goals. Here you can see we're a little bit behind, but as we can see here in our indicators, okay, we already have contracted 104 hectares of restoration projects. So 104 hectares will be restoring. And with FOSBI, what happened? There are projects that had other investors interested in. So we have another 200 hectares of post-investment and an area of 1,085 hectares that are being surveyed, or they are in the stage 1, so ready to go to a stage 2 to do this activity. So hopefully we will get this curve here to reach our goals. Okay. Yeah, oh wait, we had a problem here in the presentation. Yes, okay, let's go back to the indicators. And we also have in our, regarding preservation, 964 hectares and 145 hectares being surveyed for projects in stage 1. Sustainable land use, mainly the installation of agroforestry systems. We have 93 hectares contracted, 270 hectares indirectly. What we mean by indirectly is when you have like a settlement that has 100 hectares, a family farming settlement, but you only you directly influence in 10 hectares. So you have other 90 that will be influenced to that 10 hectares. So you only work on 10 hectares, but you have 90 that are indirectly influenced by the experience of that 10 hectares. And we also have a 230 hectares being surveyed in stage 1 projects, and 200 hectares of post-investment, like I explained before. In other investors, other than the main FOSBI investor, come and help FOSBI's project and, you know, to scale up. And we have 912 directly involved families and 1,200 indirectly involved families being impacted by the FOSBI's project. Okay. So, like we already know, we have in our team here, I'm the general coordinator. Hauni, that you already know, it's here with us, is our origination coordinator. And Yanara, who's also here with us, our monitoring coordinator. And Nilza, she couldn't be, she's in the field working. That's why she was not partying here with us. She's our field technician. She's the one now taking care to get the information and making the measurements of all of our projects, ongoing projects. Okay. So now it's the time so we can take a tour to our projects. Okay, and we have like here, like we've seen, we have projects such as this one with indigenous, and we have been always received with lots of food. And you can see that they, with FOSBI project, they just bought new implements. So you have here like a hand tractor, you have pumps, and all kinds of implements. And you have also happy faces, smiles, and a really nice, you know, table with lots of food. Oh, and that was common. Everywhere we go, we have smiles and lots of food, people happy, people harvesting, working their land. And also we would make like meetings in the land. And this developer, especially, it was really nice because he went in our first local study tour. And he thought that in one of the presentations, one landowner, he talked about that he was planting pepper, and that would climb up a living stem. And this living stem, he bought it from this land proprietor, this land use farmer, and now he's using in one of the Fosbee's projects, which is the glitticedia. So here you have the glitticedia and a seedling of pepper. So it's really nice that it's working our study tour. So people are learning from our study tour. So they're bringing knowledge and they're applying in Fosbee's project. We were really happy to see that. And also we have a project developer here, making restoration, forest restoration in order, here you can see a nice forest fragment. It's a really big one. It goes that way, and we're making a corridor here connecting. The difficult part of it is making a forest restoration in the grassland like this. It's an old pasture, but this grass, can, you have to take good care of the seedlings, or else the grass would kill the planted seedling. So it's a lot of work that is being done, not easy, but yes. And we have like support from, we have like Arboretum, which is a place here where they treat the seeds, and they also get good seedlings, although they have a nice nursery. Here we were visiting their nursery, and they have all of the settlements. What they do, they mark their mother trees in order to harvest the seeds in order to build the seedling. And it was really nice getting to know, we were in family farming settlements, getting to know that during the pandemic period, they couldn't sell their products. And what gave their income was the native forest, the seeds that they would collect and they would sell to Arboretum. And that's what made them go through the pandemic period. So that's really nice. And also we have a really nice project that indigenous tribes, they used to cut down woods to make wood artifacts. And we have a project developer that is building new artifacts that doesn't need to cut down the trees, the Atlantic rainforest trees, to make their woodcrafts. So they're learning that, and lots of Indians went in the course, and they're doing great job in doing this different indigenous artifacts. Okay, let's see, there's a lot here. We have all kinds of visits. Like we said, we usually meet with the community leaders, and it's usually we also have, smiling and big smiles and lots of food. Yeah, I'm getting it. Louise, I guess, is the only one that doesn't gain weight, because all of us here, we're gaining lots of weight. And okay, so yes, so let's go to some more projects here. So yeah, we go in, we have like these communities, usually at schools, we have community meetings. And we also have meetings with the communities where the projects are happening, and you can see it's really nice. We have really nice reception. People really like to see us all when we get there. And we have also meetings with local NGOs, a little bit more strategic. And we planned our meetings or plan our activities in the field. And we go also looking like what are the areas that are going to be restored. So here it's a really nice area, the degraded area, which is going to also connect forest fragments. In this area, it's right next to a national park. So it's really close to a national park. So now the national park, it's also helping us to stretch our corridor to the national park. So it's like FOSB is helping a part of this corridor, and then the government is also financing the other part of it. So this is really interesting. And we also have, meetings with researchers that work in the land, and they work also, this is a movement, they call the landless movement. We're working with settlements that have people from this movement, and they have lots of researches going on. So here we were in the field talking with the researchers and seeing their experiments. So we can also apply to FOSB. And another interesting project that we have is with an ex-slave community. Because whenever Brazil was, was a farm country or only agriculture country, there were slaves working, and some of the slaves, they fled and they formed communities. And we're working with one of them. This is the symbol of their community. They're working with they're restoring a degraded area and planting tree species that they extract oil from them. So they're already producing. So it was really nice going around and seeing all these projects, being held and making them, and they're getting structured. And it was really nice. This one is an organic garden that they're building. So it was really funny. He was showing us around and just saying, oh, look at these nice flowers, and eating all of the flowers. Oh, you can eat them. And we're like, oh, I'd like to give to my wife or my girlfriend, something like that. But he started eating them. And we got to know like lots of species that we didn't know that we were able to eat. So we also learned a lot in these trips that we made and checking all of our FOSB projects. Okay. So now I would like to hand in to Raoni, who is always with us, and for him to talk about our lessons learned. Raoni?
Oh, do you hear me well?
Yes, Raoni.
Yeah, perfectly.
Yeah. So as you could see, we already have many projects ongoing. And after 1 year of FASB operation, we have some lessons learned. It would be impossible to talk about all of them here, so we will focus in 3 main lessons that reflects some of the risks project like FASB can face and how we are addressing them. So first of all, in FASB, we are working with a diversity of proponents in different stages of capacity to develop a project. And this can impact in the quality of some of them. So to overcome this, we have the origination work that gives assistance since the beginning of the project elaboration. But mainly we have the monitoring work that follows all the implementation process in a close dialogue with the developer. Our monitoring process also includes a BI system where the developer inputs data about each project in a way that the coordinator can keep up with all activities and take actions when needed. Another thing is that FASB first call to project was in April 2021. And since then, we had 12% of accumulated inflation in Brazil. So this has impacted in project budgets, mainly in transportation and fertilizers and seedlings costs. So to deal with that, we are working in budgets optimizations whenever possible, and budget readjustments whenever necessary. And finally, we reduced the number of project calls per year from 3 to 2, because we identified that there was an overlapping of projects. The projects from the previous calls were still in initial stages when the next call were already open. So other than that, the team was not having time to work properly between the calls. Therefore, this change allowed us to have more time to see the difficulties in the process and work in its improvements. Coming,
now talk about the expectations.
yeah. So to come to the conclusions of our presentation, I would like to talk briefly about our expectations towards FASB future. The actions to achieve these goals are already in motion, some more advanced than others, but all of them are in a good pace. So first, we hope to increase the number of stage 2 projects approved, since they are the ones that cause more regional impact. And until now, we have only 2 of them. That's natural, since FASB is in its beginning. And we hope that some projects now in stage 1 can evolve to the stage 2 in our next call in November this year. We also want projects to increase the restoration areas to help FASB reach its goals. It has been easier to find and develop sustainable land use projects because of the immediate economic return it provides. But the reforestation projects also has potential of economic return, and we need to better explore this. Improving the communication is also important. We had a lot of work done and a lot of work to do. So these next 2 years, we seek to do a better use of FASB web page and other ways to publish and broadcast this work and our results. The NGP study tour is part of this. We are currently scheduling a 1-week presential event here, and modesty aside, it will be amazing. Talking about more strategic expectations, FASB isn't alone in South Bahia restoration projects. With such potential here, it's natural that other initiatives also thrive in the region. So we are already aligned with some of them, and we hope to keep this kind of partnerships with similar projects. And at last, our final expectations are also challenges, and they are interconnected. We want FASB to keep it going and keep it growing, so we need more investors to support FASB structures and projects. The carbon process certification may help with this, but these challenges will be better presented in our next destination.
Thank you, Raoni. Yeah, so I'm going to be talking a little bit about our challenges. Okay, we propose here 3 challenges to discuss with the entire group here. So the first one is how can we develop a simple monitoring system, simple and objective, to suit the diversity of projects and developers that we have. As you've seen, we have all kinds of project developers. We have, project developers that have a greater capacity of understanding, and others that not that much. They are not acquainted with that very much with technology use. So you got to go more to the field and help them. But there are others that, yeah, they can go, they know that all the technology, and they have a better understanding of everything. And our second challenge is how do we attract livestock rangers to develop projects with FOSBI? Why that? As you see, we have like areas where we need to have FOSBI projects. In these areas, they're mainly grass, they're mainly pasture areas, and they occupy 60% of FOSBI's region, the region where FOSBI acts upon. And they have the areas that needs to be reforested or restored. So we need to bring them to FOSBI, and I think it would be really important if we have them, for like a better environmental conscience, and also we'll have lots of environmental action to be done with them. So we're trying, but we only have one project with a livestock ranger union. So we need more than one project. We need more than that, because there is the area that we need to act upon. And also, like Hamani said, we want FOSBI not to end, after 3 years. So we want FOSBI to continue and grow. So what actions can we do to attract more investors to FOSBI so we can continue this work? Okay, so these are the challenges. Here is our webpage, our webpage address here. And Elena and David, back to you guys.
Thank you. Fascinating, Marcio. That was a brilliant overview by you and your team. Sounds like a really...
I hope I didn't exceed my time.
No, you were spot on as usual. So well done for that. But yeah, fascinating work, I think, for all of your team. It's a lot of projects that you've got, and a handful of work as well. So yeah, well done for that.
Yeah, thank you for that, for making guide us through this fascinating project. So now it is the time to step into the landscape and to get your hands dirty and help the FOSBI project developers to explore potential solutions to the challenges that they have presented. By the way, we are all wearing hats because we are in the field.
That's right.
And it's sunny. And I just say this in case you are joining us today and you did not join yesterday and you are thinking that we are, I don't know, doing weird things. And yes, we are doing weird things, but there is an explanation. Manuela, she's going to create 3 breakout rooms, 1 per challenge. So we are having one about the monitoring system, the other one about how to attract and engage
livestock rangers into the project, so we can have more of the farmers who have cattle coming into the projects, because they're struggling with that at the moment.
And the third one is about how to attract investors. You will be able to choose the room you want to join, and also to change from one room to the other. In case you have any problems, we are here to help you. So just write down in the chat where you want to go, and we will be assisting you. Once you get to the cozy breakout rooms, there will be 2 facilitators to facilitate the conversation. So we'll have Ianara and Andrew Hill in the monitoring system breakout room, Raoni and David will be in the livestock ranchers breakout room, and Marcio with Luis, they will be in the breakout room about how to attract other investors. And we need to make, no, I think it's okay. You'll have just a clarification about the time. You'll have 30-minute time to discuss about these challenges, and then we'll have a report back in plenary.
But during that 30 minutes, you need to figure out the 3 most important solutions, because during the report back, we're only going to be reporting back on your top 3 solutions for each of those groups.
So enjoy your discussions.
Yep, spirit us away, Manuela.
We are again all back in plenary?
Yes. Yep. Everybody's back.
So I hope that you had very good conversations, and now it's time to share the main insights into the plenary. As I have you here, you were in the livestock group, David. Do you want to start, Raoni and David?
Sure, we were in the livestock group, hey Rani, and trying to deal with the problem of, or the challenge of, how do we bring in more livestock ranchers into the project? Because at the moment they weren't succeeding in that. So, and we came up with 3 solutions. Our top 3 solutions were shared by 3 different people in 3 different parts of the world on their experience. One was from Candace in NFC in East Africa, and yeah, that was about how NFC had supported the tree farmers by providing free seedlings and capacity building, but the cattle farmers felt left out. So they try to find ideas to make the project attractive to the cattle farmers, and to try and find a win-win situation where the cattle farmers were given permission to graze on the forestry land, but in a controlled manner with graziers. And the moment they provided that opportunity to the cattle ranchers came into the projects. Then Rui had a really good example about talking to farmers, or talking to farmers, first of all, about trying to develop a grazing strategy where they could participate in grazing on the project's on the landscape, and talking to farmers about what their problems were, and did they need more grazing, what type of quality grazing were actually needed. And by developing this grazing strategy, it was a vehicle that brought people together and sitting and talking and developing ultimately a cattle grazing working group at a national level. So those were 2 of the solutions, and I think I've probably run out of time for the 3rd solution, the way you're looking at me. Or
no,
do I have
okay, David.
30 seconds?
You did it very well. So thank you. Let's move to the monitoring group, for example. Who is going to report back from that group?
Shall I do a little bit, Leonara, and then you can, if I miss anything, let me know.
Thank you, Andrew.
So we were talking about asking questions. So we had three main points: was what are we trying to measure, for what reason, and to communicate to whom. So the obvious big question is, what does success look like? And if you ask these questions, what are you going to do with the answers? How will you use that information to make better decisions? So that was number 1. Number 2 was around credibility and inviting critical opinions and to review our processes early on, and to be clear about what's scientific and what isn't. So that's okay if it's not all. So we can have qualitative data and quantitative data, narrative and substance, but we need to just be clear about which is which, and be clear about the level of confidence we've got in that data. So one isn't better than the other. We need both, but just be clear that we're not trying to say one is a scientific opinion if it isn't. So number 1, about asking better questions. Number 2, about credibility. And number 3 was keep it simple. So collecting data is expensive. So have a think about how are we going to collect this data? How are we going to store it? And then how are we going to retrieve it and analyze that data? So those are our three things from really good feedback, really good discussion.
Anything you want to add, Yanara? I can see my hat is. So let's move to the last group, the one about attracting investors. Who will do the report back?
I can do that.
Okay.
Elena. Okay, so first of all, I would like to really thank the group. It was an excellent discussion that we had. Really nice, really good discussion. And okay, putting everything together, trying, because we listened to lots of words, repeatedly, such as understanding, information, good projects. So, okay, our first highlight point is quality information for possible investors. So always giving them a high quality information, good quality information, that's good. Second point, good projects with good understanding from both parts about their role. So we need to really hand in and really show and present good projects. And the third, last but not least, right? It's always like big NGOs such as WWF, they need to give an initial support for the investors and always be looking up for potential ideas, that projects, ideas and projects. So giving this initial support is really important so then after, the project developers and investors, they can take along the project. So these are the three main points. And back to you, Elena and David.
So thanks for all the report back. And I think that we deserve a break to take some time to continue exploring this celebration, the Festa Juninas. So let's go for a break, a 5-minute break. Andrew Hill, you want to say anything?
I was just saying, can we take a quick photo before the break, just to make sure? I just want to make sure everyone gets back on the bus after the break.
Okay, yeah, that's important because we are only allowed to lose one person.
Exactly.
So
Only one.
Only one.
No more.
So, Manuela, can you take away the spotlight from us so that we can see all the little faces?
So I'm just going to take a quick photo just so we can remember everyone and we can do a list. So you can all smile and look happy because you get a break. Okay, I think that's done it. Okay, thanks everyone.
Okay, but don't move from your places because we want to say what is going to happen after the break. So we have this fascinating visit to the local market, and we'll have these fascinating presentations about monitoring, reporting and verification, carbon projects, and the Forest Forward project pipeline. So let's meet here in 5 minutes time. Okay.
See you now.
See you now. We are back again. Are you ready for this visit to the local market? Are you listening to me? Just let me check.
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yeah.
Okay. I was not sure about it. So let's wait for the rest of people to join us. But I have to say that I am really excited with this visit to the local market.
Yeah, my problem is I don't know which stall to go to.
Yeah, I have the same problem. There are so many popular products and they are all so good that it's a hard decision to take.
But I need to be persuaded, I think. So
yeah, you know how it works in Spain. When you go to a local market, you've got these little shops and the sellers, they start shouting like, I've got the best vegetables and the fresher vegetables in the region, lady. So come here and get the most delicious peaches of the summer season.
At a 50% discount.
Exactly. So let's invite our sellers.
Yeah, sellers.
Yeah.
Our stall sellers. Yeah.
Manuela, can you spotlight our sellers in this local market? We've got the one. Hello, Angel. Mallory, hello.
Hello.
Hello. And Candice. So we've got these three sellers, and yeah, guys, the decision is really complicated about which room to join. Angel will be selling this magnificent product, which is called How to Do MRV Without Going Crazy.
Monitoring,
reporting, and verification. Candice will sell the Unraveling the Mysteries of the Carbon Project.
which always have bamboozled me anyway. So it'll be nice to have the simple version of what is the carbon market.
And Mallory, with her winter hat, will be offering to you more insights about the Forest Forward project pipeline. But before moving to the breakout rooms, I'm going to ask our sellers to
Persuade us.
Exactly.
Persuade us.
1 minute, guys.
Tell us why we should actually come to your group, Candice. Why should I go to your stall and listen to what your wares are to offer?
Ladies and gentlemen, step right up, step right up. It's all about the money. I know that you want to make an extra buck to help your project be more sustainable, to help your communities and reach your targets quicker than you had planned. Step right up, come and learn all about it. I've got some juicy tips for you.
Ooh, I think I'm going to go to that one. I'm going to be, heavily persuaded by Angel and Mallory. I kind of like that.
Sorry, guys. I know it's a lot of pressure.
Hey, you got a hard act to follow. Who's going to go next? Angel, Mallory?
Yeah, I can go. I can go next. So definitely money is important, but without monitoring, how are you going to connect money with impact? So monitoring is that next key thing to address this kind of challenge. So if you are interested in monitoring, if you think monitoring is important, I do, and investors as well. So join my session to have a discussion about selecting indicators and methodologies as a big challenge. Join me.
Oh, that's a good point, Angel.
Yeah.
You got me in between now. I thought that Candice was the one I wanted. Now you did right. Monitoring is a pretty critical components of that. Huh?
Yeah, very good argument. Mallory, what have you to say?
Come one, come all, come to my stall. Obviously it is Southern Hemisphere winter here in Brazil, so I'm wearing my winter hat. Come get warm in my stall. I offer to you a marketplace within a marketplace. So the Forest Forward investment opportunity is a new way to connect to investors, which I think a lot of you might like. Do you have a project that you would like money for? Let me help you. Are you an investor and you want to invest in a forest project somewhere around the world? I can also help you. I have something for everything. Come join me.
Sounds like I can get more money out of Mallory than Candice.
You can.
Oh no, Candice? No.
Well, the decision is very, very complicated, but let me tell you something. We are going to record all the sessions, so you can decide where to go, knowing that you will be able to have a look at those records. So somehow you are not going to miss the other presentations. And this is also a friendly reminder to our sellers to record the session once you get there. Okay. So now our magician Manuela will open the stores.
And you can choose which one to go to.
Okay, here we go.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Hi, Vu. Okay, so I'm going to talk quite quickly so that we have time at the end for discussion. What David and I thought was, if you have questions along the way, please feel free to drop them in the chat. That way we know whether we've got 5 or 20 questions and how much time to allocate to them. I'm not a carbon expert, but I have just gone through the process for the last 2 years of doing a carbon project. And during that process, I had to learn quite a bit. So these are very basic summary of or overview of the market and where we are, and then how we applied it in Uganda. So in summary, people talk about a carbon credit or a carbon offset, and essentially they are the same thing. It's a tradable certificate that represents 1 ton of carbon dioxide or the equivalent amount of a greenhouse gas. So it's often referred to as TCO2e, which is tons of CO2 equivalent. There's basically 2 markets that carbon is traded on. The first one being a compliance market. And the word compliance says that some legal authority, usually over a jurisdictional area such as the EU, it could be a country, Colombia or China, or it could be a state like California, has actually set carbon emission limits per industry per year. And you need to purchase credits from within that same geography if you want to legally exceed that limit. The voluntary market, on the other hand, is not bounded by any geography, and it's usually for the purposes of either an individual or a company, or maybe even a province or an industry. They've made a commitment to being carbon neutral, net zero, or they have some emission reduction goals. And then they will purchase these credits via a certification program. So there are 2 main categories of credits. The first one is when a project has been able to demonstrate that it can replace a carbon product. So for example, renewable energy or recycling, or removing or properly taking care of organic waste, versus the other type, which is actually removing carbon from the atmosphere or reducing the amount of carbon that is being emitted. And that's through things like tree planting, afforestation or reforestation, even avoided deforestation, as well as natural processes such as the seabed, soil holding carbon. And then we even have technologies these days that can remove carbon. You will hear terminology such as blue carbon, green carbon, recycling carbon. They are not universally adopted, but they generally will follow one of these 6 types of carbon. And then specifically from the voluntary market perspective, these are probably the 3 most well-known certification standards, specifically referring to afforestation, reforestation, and avoided deforestation. In California, for example, there might be other certification standards that are used within the California system. The most famous of these 3 is known as VERA, or the Verified Carbon Standard. So what's interesting is how quickly this market has grown. The carbon market was started by the Kyoto Protocols in 1992, around that stage. But by 2010, due to some monitoring issues, due to double dipping, due to a variety of challenges, the price of a ton of carbon had dropped to below $1. In the last 4 years, it's been doubling every year. And we saw in 2021, the voluntary market size was estimated at $535 million. It's projected to grow in the next 7 years by an annual cumulative growth rate of over 25%. So it's going to be worth $2,655 million. I don't think that's 2,600, that's $1 trillion or something. But it's definitely worth investigating in. Anybody that has land, anyone that has trees, anyone that is doing reforestation activities. These are some of the volumes and the current prices that I was able to find as of 2022. You'll see that the price ranges on the right are quite varied. Now, the reason for that is twofold. One, it can be a matter of scale. Typically, the more credits you're trying to sell at one time to one buyer, there might be a discount involved because of scale. There could also be additional co-benefits. So they're referred to as charismatic carbon. So if you can demonstrate significant environmental benefits or community benefits, then you're probably going to be on the higher price range than a project that is not able to demonstrate or certify those benefits. I think the four that are of most interest to us as NGP participants are REDD+. That's the basically avoided deforestation or reduced emissions due to deforestation. There's tree planting, there's improved forest management, and agroforestry. The improved forest management one often might talk about changing your harvesting cycle. So instead of harvesting every 10 years, maybe you're going to leave the trees in the ground for 15 or 20 years. And agroforestry might look at, for example, doing intercropping, or how do I improve my soil carbon, whether I have trees or whether I have crops or whether I have cattle or a combination of those different elements. So in the tree planting space, we've seen the price is currently sitting at between $15 and $20. If you have the community and environmental co-benefits, you can probably get up to $25. And as we saw, this is going to grow at 25% an annum. Okay, so my project that we did in Uganda, NFC has a shared value approach to doing business. So making sure that our community and environment benefit together with the company is super important with us. So we take a landscape approach to our projects as per the NGP principles. And we had a big problem with our outgrower program. We'd been donating seedlings to communities for years, and our dream was to have their timber as part of our long-term timber supply chain. And we wanted to pay them good prices, reduce the role of the middleman, but our outgrowers were not able to get their trees to reach maturity. In Uganda, we need trees to reach sort of 10 to 12 years before we consider them mature. But as soon as those trees were able to harvest any timber, my growers were selling them, usually at 6 or 7 years, and often for things like to pay school fees or medical expenses, where they needed quick cash. So that would reduce their long-term income, and it was reducing our ability to put that timber into our long-term timber supply chain. So we developed a program to mature our outgrow program following NGP principles and looking at a landscape approach to developing carbon credits. So what that means is we looked at some of NFC's conservation areas and said, how can we promote natural afforestation in those areas? How can we promote our outgrowers to continue their tree growing, but in a way that they can also get carbon credits, and that this additional revenues would help the growers keep their trees in the ground to maturity, would help NFC get a bigger supply of timber, so we could also justify further timber diversification, which would improve the value of the timber to everyone in the value chain, and in that way help create a more sustainable timber market in Uganda. So our landscape is around 37,000 hectares, and we had to put in place a carbon steering group, which is comprised of 18 community associations. In total, it's about 500 growers, and their portion of the project represents about 4,500 hectares of land today, growing by about 500 hectares every year. In that steering group, we put an NGO, we have NFC, We also have independent observers, and we invited WWF to make sure that there is a good governance structure and transparency, and that we're working together to solve any challenges. We worked with a carbon consultant, and we had some funding from the Dutch fund to help us set this up. And in total, this landscape project is estimated to generate 2 million tons of carbon credits over the next 30 years. If we can do all the things we've said we're going to continue to do, including the monitoring and evaluation and reporting, so that we can continue every 3 years to do the certification. Additional impacts, which were very important to us, is that there's 500 households benefiting with a focus on women and youth getting capacity training. The carbon revenues will stimulate the rural economy and help create employment opportunities. We're encouraging our growers to use this money to diversify their livelihoods. So some of them are diversifying into, they want to buy a motorbike and do a transport business. They want to do a catering business. They want to do fish farming. So they're looking at additional livelihoods, particularly for the youth to get involved with. The riparian zones are being protected. And this is because part of our monitoring and evaluation is satellite imagery with remote sensing. So we've shown the communities how we've mapped all these areas, including their plots, and that every year we will be able to see if there are any encroachments, and then they would not be able to earn carbon money. So they have committed to following the environmental guidelines and best practices to make sure that they can get their carbon revenues. There's also now significantly more interest in tree growing. We've got a lot of requests for neighboring farmers who now want to join. We're seeing from the satellite imageries greener and greener areas under our management, and sustainably, NFC has a more secure long-term timber supply chain. So that for me is carbon in a nutshell, and our project in Uganda in a nutshell. I just want to mention that at the moment, there seems to be a 10-fold increase in carbon projects being registered. So Vera and Gold and Plan Vivo are scrambling to catch up. They're hiring more people. They're actually reviewing their methodologies and making them more robust to ensure that their due diligence of clients, their monitoring and the auditing processes are much more thorough, because I think everyone's fear is that 1 or 2 rotten eggs could spoil the batch. And everyone wants to make sure that if this is a 30-year program, we're going to be able to benefit for 30 years. And we don't want the carbon markets to crash. We need them, but more importantly, the earth needs them. We need to mitigate climate change. So that's all from my side. I don't know if Dave or Elena want to add anything. I'm going to go out of presenting mode now, but please do drop your questions or comments in the chat box.
No, thanks, Candice. I think it was brilliant. I think you certainly helped demystify the carbon market for me, and it was nice to have a project on the ground that you implemented to ground the theory that you were explaining about the carbon market, and that you're actually doing it. So thanks very much for that. So but what we wanted to do is, if you've got a question that you want clarification from Candice about, whether it's on their projects or whether it's on the carbon market, can you type it in the chat? Because it's easy to ask a question verbally. It's much more difficult to type it down. So we actually want you to type it down, because it helps you think through exactly what you want to ask, and it makes it a lot easier for Candice to be able to answer. So if you can type them in the chat, and then Candice will look at what's in the chat and pick the questions that she likes the most.
So that she can answer.
So yeah, just give yourself a minute or so to write down a question if you want clarification, and then I think when we give them we've got plenty of time now, it's been told, so we'll give everybody a minute or so just to write down questions, and then you can answer them as you will, Candice.
I see we have the first question from Rui that I'm happy to answer. The question is, what type of agreements do you have with the communities or farmers? So we've been working with our farmers for the last 10 years. And what we had put in place around 2018 was a code of conduct. So we said to the growers, if they wanted to receive free seedlings from us, we wanted them to meet minimum standards. So it was things like they would only plant on land that is theirs, or that they have permission from the village elder to plant on, that they would not plant in contrary to any of the Ugandan environmental regulations, within 50 meters of a riparian zone, etc., that they would not use child labor, that they would not, that if there were any fees or taxes, etc., to be paid to the government, they would be compliant with all of those. So quite basic, and that they would attend our trainings and comply with our suggested silviculture practices. And then after we did the study tour in Uganda with NGP, we did a project to do a landscape stewardship with our outgrowers. So we started having workshops with them to say, well, let's look bigger than your piece of land. Let's look bigger than the NFC plantation. Let's look at it more holistically and understand that what I'm doing is impacting the environment and what you're doing is impacting the environment. And if we all want to benefit, we need to work together to look after this environment. So we then drafted landscape stewardship commitments to talk about promoting the regeneration and the protection and the livelihoods development of that land. So we had a code of conduct, and then we had a landscape stewardship commitment. Along the way, we've been developing these outgrower associations, because when there are over 500 growers, it's very difficult for my team of 15 guys to communicate separately with 500 growers. So we registered these 18 associations geographically and helped them set up leadership committees with constitutions, and they're registered with the local authorities. And so the local authority then also provides some additional support with economic opportunities or reporting. And so then there's that agreement that each of these associations exists, and any participating member for our carbon project must be a member of a tree growing association that's affiliated with NFC. Then we drafted and consulted with these associations on a carbon contract, on what would be their responsibilities, what would be our responsibilities, and what we felt would be fair and would meet each other in the middle. And so we then drafted carbon agreements with each of the 18 associations and invited the local government to witness that. And then we've set up our carbon steering group, which is a way for representatives of each of those associations and the company and our NGO and WWF and the local government to meet periodically and to review how that is working and to make any decisions. Our, just for your information, our carbon project was submitted to Vera in April. Sorry, it was first submitted in February. They asked us to make some changes. We resubmitted it in April, and now we're waiting for them to put it up for public. There's a month period where it has to go for public, I guess, consultation, or people can make comments on it. And then they will review the audit findings, and hopefully later this year we'll get our credits issued. So at that point, when I have a few potential buyers, we will again convene the steering group to give them an update on what's happened and to get their consensus before we sell their carbon. Does that answer your question, Rui?
Yeah, pretty much. Thank you. All the questions are popping into my mind, and you kept on answering them. So it's great for me that there's a kind of a government structure set in place for carbon in order that all the layers that are involved need to be involved and kind of follow the one line in order also. Then I imagine then this will allow for the money to be distributed fairly among everybody that is involved.
I think it's super important to set up that governance upfront to avoid issues later, and to do it in a transparent way with the local WW team and the local government. So people feel that you have nothing to hide. In the beginning, we also had sessions where we allowed the community to ask questions, and then we would come back and answer them and share the sort of an FAQ, the answers to those frequently asked questions. And we did that in a very public way, so that people can publicly say, we don't think this is a good idea, or we do, or why don't you change that, to make sure that it is a fair agreement. The next question from Marcio: how long does the certification process take? No, I was told that normally the certification process takes between 2 months and 6 months, depending on the complexity of your project and depending on how many times they come back to ask you questions or review the audit findings. And some projects are a simple geography where you might follow a single methodology. Other projects could be a programmatic approach where you use multiple methodologies and you've got multiple geographies. So the complexity definitely impacts it. The VERA in particular have on their website an indicative process, but at the moment they're not able to follow it because they simply have too much workload. So the carbon consultant that we used to help us, his guideline was that it usually takes you about a year to 2 years to actually get all of your project work in place so that you can submit your documentation, and then it will take you another 6 to 12 months to go through the audit and certification. At the time, I felt that was far too long, and so we pushed to do it within 18 months, and we did manage to submit our documentation within 14 months, but now we've been stuck for the last 3-4 months. I do believe that it will improve, and I have also heard, but I can't back it up, but that Plan Vivo, which is one of the other certification standards, which is aimed at community projects and not commercial projects, has a more streamlined and lighter verification process. So theirs is potentially also quicker. But VERA's certification is probably the most highly regarded in the market. And that was the preference of our board to go for that. Oh, does that answer your question, Marcio?
Yes, yes. I was just wondering how long it will take for you to get some income. and you're saying at least, from two years to 3 years, it's only investment, and then you after that.
But what is interesting is this: you can do what's called a greenfield carbon project or a brownfield project. So a greenfield project is when we say, right, at the moment, nothing exists. I need to start formulating my groups and making my strategy and my plan. A brownfield project means that I'm already doing work, like we've seen in Ghana. They have groups on the ground. There are some trees already in the ground. So for a brownfield project, you can actually go back up to 5 years. If you've got the proof, if you've got the satellite imageries, the maps, and you can say, look, we've been planting trees for 5 years. So what happens then is you don't only do your baseline verification, you can do a baseline and a verification at the same time. And that's what we're hoping to achieve, meaning that in your first submission, you can actually also get credits issued because you've been planting trees for 5 years and you can prove it. And then you start doing this verification, certification again every 2 or 3 years. So it will be a way to create intermittent income for the next 10, 20 years for the project. So I think it's worth the patience, and I do hope that the standards will get more efficient, and maybe projects can work together to reach scale. I'm not sure, but this is something we should push on the certification agencies, that they need to actually be quicker. Okay, next question from Sidavon.
Just to remind people, if you want to go to another group and experience that, you're welcome to exit and enter another group as well. Although obviously we wouldn't want you to do that, but you're welcome to do it.
So Sidavon has asked, what is the mechanism to manage the fund return from carbon credit directly to NFC or communities or government authorities? So I think that depends on the carbon agreement that you sign. In our case, the company is allowed to market the credits which belong to the trees and the land of the outgrower. So we can only sell we can do the marketing, but we can only sell those credits with the authorization of the community. And we have an agreed revenue split with them for that. So you'll notice I use the word revenue split and not a profit split. I think it's very dangerous. Some of the project developers out there who want to do carbon, who are talking about profit sharing, because with profit sharing, there is the risk that the one party could be based in Europe with very expensive consultants, very expensive rentals. They could deplete the profit very quickly with their, heavy expenses. And then the community is only going to share a small portion. So for us, we have the revenue is whatever the cost of the carbon is, minus the broker fee or any immediate taxes. It is not a revenue, it's a revenue split, not a profit share. And each of the 18 tree grower associations that we work with have a bank account, and they have 2 or 3 signatories, and there are protocols in place. So we will pay to the community association, and then they will break it down to their individual members with our governance. The next question was, who pays the cost for the certification? So this again depends on the agreement that you have with the community, or in our case, we understood that the community would not be able to pay for certification. A typical carbon project will cost between 250 and 300,000 euro to do the first certification, because you have to have auditors. You need a consultant to help you with the complicated calculations. You need satellite imagery. You need extensive stakeholder engagement. You need mapping. You need proof of lots of details of your project. So it's unlikely that a community can pay for that. So normally that would be part of your agreement, and that could be a direct cost to the project. In our case, we had some support from the Dutch fund in the form of a grant. So we are able to not pass that cost on to the community. Then, sorry, David, you're muted.
I should.
Yes,
yeah.
I can hear you.
The grant from the Dutch fund actually pays for the certification.
So the grant was to develop a community carbon project to help the communities keep their trees in the ground to maturity. And as I explained, the challenge that we had up front. So one of the key outputs of our grant was that we would be able to submit a project for certification.
Got it, thanks.
Sure. Vu, in Vietnam, we are supporting the acacia smallholders on sustainable forest management towards FSC certification. Now we are thinking about the potential opportunity of carbon credit for this FSC certified plantation of smallholder to add more value to their forest. Will NFC or any other similar companies interested in this kind of business in Vietnam? Hence having the same program like Uganda in this region. Vu, I'm not entirely sure I've understood your question. Dave, do you understand the question?
You know, if the carbon credit market is not so, let's say, not so popular in Vietnam. We have a very few opportunity for carbon credit in Vietnam. So try to be seeking for the, let's say, any opportunity by a company that can go along with the smart year to develop the program like this. So in the future,
you're looking.
yeah.
Have
because
I
in Vietnam,
understood?
you know.
Sorry, I just want to check. What you're saying is you're looking for a carbon project developer for you in Vietnam to help you take this to the next level. I actually might have one or two people in mind. I will contact you afterwards with one or two ideas.
Okay. Because for your information, in Vietnam now, you know, Vietnam government mainly they commit with the carbon program for the NDC, with the nature forest only. But we are here still have the huge areas of plantation belong to smallholder that's still open. So we want to get more opportunity for the smallholder with their plantation to assess this opportunity of carbon credit. Yeah.
I think it's great to assess it and to see it as an potential additional benefit or a livelihood. I get a little nervous about a lot of projects that I see where carbon is the stated goal of the project. I think we're all in the business of, we want to restore land, we want to plant trees, we want to develop livelihoods. And if carbon can be an additional sustainability stream that helps us get over the line quicker, that's great. But there are some developers out there that are, I call them carbon cowboys. Carbon is a bit of a gold rush and they're seeing lots of opportunities, but it's a 30-year project. So it's important to have a partner that you trust and that there is complete transparency with the communities.
Are there any other questions that anybody would like to ask Candace? We've got another 5 minutes, or we might go
4
back
minutes,
to
I think.
4 minutes.
Nobody? Sure. Here, I thought I was going to get a tough crowd.
Candace, it does sound quite complicated to me. I mean, I know you've demystified it for me, and I understand it, but if I'm somebody on the ground, a community on the ground, or even an NGO on the ground that kind of wants to get involved, it's still quite a complex thing to set up. And as you say, it's long term, it's 30 years. And one never really has funding for community projects for more than 2 or 3 years. So, or for any project. So I mean, as you say, it's one arrow in a whole quiver, when you should be doing a whole lot of other things and generating income from that. But because it is so long term, a lot of the projects we work on aren't even that long term. So there's almost a mismatch in times of projects and the actual need to have a long-term project to get into the carbon market. It's almost a contradiction. Forestry is different because you grow trees and your rotation periods are 12 years. You know, 2 rotations and you're nearly at your 30 years. So your commitment is obviously long-term because you grow plantation trees, whereas a lot of other projects may struggle with that.
They also make it complicated with 2 requirements. One is called additionality. So you need to show why the carbon credits are needed and why this project would be unsustainable without them. So a lot of forestry projects struggle if they were set up without carbon in the initial business case, because they say, well, you're a forestry company, you're going to create timber, you're going to build houses, you're going to make furniture. You had a sustainable business case. You don't need the carbon. You're just being greedy. So any project that's going to involve trees or carbon has to be able to demonstrate additionality. And then they have another lovely thing, which is called basically insurance. Collectively, they're worried that some of these projects might fail over the 30 years. So they assess the risk of the project, looking at it commercially, environmentally, and socially, and will attach a score. So greenfield projects will naturally have a higher score than a brownfield project where you've proven some track record and some history. And literally, even if they say, okay, this project is going to be worth 2 million credits, they might hold back 20 or 30% of those credits as insurance, because they're nervous that you might not be around in 5 or 10 years. So it is highly complex. We need good partners who are present in the country. We need to be very careful about the terms of agreements, revenue share versus profit share, who's paying for what. And I think it's super important to make sure that we've diversified our risk as much as possible, not just from a carbon perspective. So doing the right things with riparian strategies, with governance, with community development, with including government, with capacity building. The more we can reduce the risk of our projects in general, the less insurance they're going to hold back on your carbon project.
Thanks, Candice. That was brilliant. Thanks, everybody. We're going to have to disappear back to plenary. But I think it's been a really good discussion, a very rich discussion, and hopefully a lot more of us, or we understand a lot more about the carbon market and how it can be practically implemented. So thanks very much. We're going to disappear back to the plenary and we'll see you there.
See you there.
Thanks for your time, Candice. You did really well there.
Thank you.
Like my company, you know, we are from Vietnam and from Central Annamai landscape. We have a factory to process a rattan, you know, rattan, to make the furniture. Yeah. So now we had opportunity to work with the local farmer to help them to plant rattan tree and to take care of the rattan forest, natural rattan forest. So after that, we will buy rattan tree from them. So we have them to have a good livelihood, but also we get the good incoming for my material. So that is about the win-win. The farmer had a good livelihood with a good rattan tree, rattan plantation, rattan forest. But me, I had a rattan tree incoming to for my processing. So I talk in that we had money, but we had the people. So they did both win-win. So we can live without crazy like that. We have the people, but we get the money. So I would like to share with you that now look down, my company had a project with LIF Landscape Resident Fund. We try to at the moment we get a confirmation from due diligence to loan from them $1 million for extend our business and have the people in the motion. So really we had a lucky opportunity to do like a social responsibility. We had an environment responsibility, but also to have a business opportunity. So now we are on processing to go to the next step, and they just hire a consultant to help me had our company in the next step. So like before conversation in that restroom, I said that we really thank you WWF Vietnam. They really helped me in the early step. So they helped me to understand and day by day, time by time, year by year, we understand, we realize that we had the responsibility for social and environment behind the business. So now I usually talking with my partner, with my friend, that I'm really happy to do the business, but also we have the environment and social. So really lucky and very happy than all the business. If all the business they just get money, but they not maybe they not have a opportunity to have the poor people, the ethnic people in the mountain, but we have. So now I'm ongoing to make our project coming true. Even before we had a support from USAID and the government to plant 172 hectares of plantain tree now, but I want to expand our project until 1,000 hectares of plantain forest. So I hope maybe next 5 years, when the people in the mountain they understand with the cooperation with us will help them to get a livelihood, and it automatically it will expand to our growing our mountain in the central Andaman landscape.
So just a clarification question from my side. So if I understood correctly, what you will be interested in is to have in place some monitoring system that enables you to get a sense of the environmental, social, as well as economic value of for the communities you are working with, associated to your rattan business, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Well, thanks for sharing. I would like to just to give a small presentation about where we are in terms of NGP monitoring and reporting and verification system. But before we do that, I think it is useful, and considering the small group that we have of very enthusiastic people about monitoring, just to go through the different people that we have in this call, just to have a sense of at least where you are based, as well as what is your interest in monitoring. So I know Oliver and Yanara, if you just want to give a brief, I guess, because I understand, sorry, your name, Dong?
Yeah, my name is Hugh. Hugh.
Hugh, okay, Hugh. Sorry, Hugh, I understand that you don't know Oliver and Yanara, right? You were not in. So will be benefit for you, or useful for you to have a brief, I guess, introduction from them. Both of them, I understand, work in Brazil and are associated to the FASB project. So, Oliver,
I don't know if Yanara wants to go first, but I can go. So I'm very new. I'm an intern, and the reason I joined this call is because I don't really know that much about how the monitoring for these projects is done, and I'd like to have greater insight into that so I can be more helpful while I do my internship here. So right now, yeah, I'm based in south of Bahia, along with, I believe, everyone else in FASB, and I'm in Porto Seguro right now, which is like the main headquarters. We have an office that's in the process of being set up here, but yeah.
Thanks, Oliver. So as far as I understand, Oliver is doing an internship, just started with FASB. FASB is the project that NGP has in south of Bahia, which Yanara can give you a bit more information about. Yanara?
Yeah, I'm here. Nice to meet you, Oliver.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. Wish you could be in person.
Yes, because I didn't know Oliver yet. Because I'm here in Salvador. That's the...
Oh, I see, yeah. A little bit north.
Bahia, state. And Oliver is in Porto Seguro. And we didn't meet yet in the internet, yeah? I'm Yanara. I'm biologist, and I have master in ecology. And I'm coordinator of monitoring projects at FASB. And I'm beginning the work. I'm collecting the information about the FASB process yet. And yes, this is my short presentation. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Yana. Yeah, so this is, I guess, well, a good example of the diversity of regions and projects that NGP is associated with. Each of these projects has their own internal diversity. So we have been listening to different projects associated to FASB and how different stakeholders associated to these projects have different interests, different needs, and play a role in different areas associated to different livelihoods. So complexity, not geography only, but also within each geography, there's a diversity of stakeholders. So NGP, and I will share a presentation just to give you an idea of why monitoring, so monitoring, verification, and reporting, so MRV, has become an important element for NGP and why it's trying to address it. And we are at the beginning of this journey of trying to address MRV. So trying to share. Where are you here? Okay. So sorry. Just okay, so the NGP framework. Why NGP needs an MRV framework? So I guess most of you are new, but NGP has been around for many years. It is a program of WWF and it has been a well-known program as and a very successful one because has been creating an ecosystem of collaboration. So creating the space for bringing together different stakeholders to share knowledge and enhance best practices around landscape management, landscape restoration. Looking traditionally mainly into plantations has been increasing the scope and recognizing the role. So from that point has evolved into also adding a new line of activity, which is project development, and it is mainly led under the NGP-TA, which is and I guess how do you call this, a spin-off of NGP, as well as Innovaland, which is another entity that basically play a role in the financial management and probably the MRV as well. So the monitoring reporting. So as a project implementation where basically takes these best practices that has been identified through the NGP study tours and put them into action. So in this increased scope of activities of NGP, where from study tours, projects, investors, funds, all these kind of elements, MRV becomes a really important element because a series of critical elements, which is basically is the way to help communicating the impact of the NGP principles. Just to highlight, I guess important for you, NGP works around 4 main principles that I will talk to you in a bit more detail later. So what are the impacts of implementing those best practices within those NGP principles. So monitoring is key to do that. And also once you basically demonstrate the impact, monitor the impact, by doing that, you help project managers to also, which in this case, Yanara is an example of a project manager in FASB in Brazil. So to help identifying and focusing what are the key elements, and therefore focus their attention, and therefore the management work in those key elements, as well as helping to communicate the impact of the work that the different projects are doing, and communicate those through study tools as well as to capital providers. Okay, so what is the impact of an organization that is engaged in FASB from the providing capital and supporting the activities, and all that. So having understanding and visibility on what is the impact, help also to find new ways to allocate increasing resources, financial resources, into scale up and develop new projects and the impact of those new projects. So this is the whole idea why MRV, so monitoring, reporting, and verification, becomes an important element. So what is the approach on how NGP is trying to do that? What we have been doing is identifying, so we have recognized the importance of having indicators, having a methodology. So an indicator is at the end of the day a number. So how are you gonna harvest, collect, generate that type of information? Well, this is the methodology. Then having in place a system to verify that those indicators and that methodology are implemented, for example, in FASB, as well as an MRV framework. So basically a system that harness all these indicators, methodology, and verification. So in order to guide that selection of indicators, methodology, different criteria has been selected. So what type of indicators we should come up with? So indicators that are practical and cost effective to measure, that demonstrate change in executing NGP principles, and so on. So methodology is the same, verification, framework. And in order to help and validate, so to help developing as well as validate whether we are moving in the right direction, it has been created an independent validation board, a set of recognized people with a scientific background, expertise in the social aspects from different parts of the world, has been invited to basically, carry out a set of actions on the different elements, on indicators, on methodology, verification, and the MRV framework. Okay, so I'm not going in detail into that. So here's just as an example of where we have got so far in terms of indicators and methodology. So here you have the 4 key principles of NGP that shape the work that NGP is trying to do. So FASB is trying to work within these 4 key principles. So maintain ecosystem integrity, protect and enhance high conservation values. That is developed through an effective stakeholder involvement, and as a consequence contribute to the economic development at the local level, as well as employment. So just an example with regard to, so we have identified indicators for each of these. The whole idea has been to select a small amount of indicators. So just to give you an example regarding protect and enhance high conservation value, we came up with key indicators trying to address and show how the work that NGP is doing, NGPTA is doing, address or enhance climate, biodiversity, water, and culture values. just using as an example, with the culture element, so quality perception of locally important areas. So as a methodology, we'll create a survey to carry out during the multi-stakeholder process, and ask what cultural and recreational values are important for local stakeholders within the ecosystem and they are based on. So this is just a suggestion of where we are going. This is a work that is in progress. So as you can see, there are still questions that are raised internally that give you a sense that, I mean, this is not set, is not the final word. We are still in developing these kind of things. Just to give you an idea. So when proposing this, we are still, we have our own questions in terms of is culture a high value conservation, high conservation value in ecosystems in the regions where we work? Is this too objective to be measured? Does it give sufficient information for investors and project managers and so many others? So I don't want to go in detail about the indicators. This is not the idea of this session. This session was more about, well, I guess a follow-up to the previous session that we have, Diana was leading. So basically, as I said, there's a diversity of stakeholders, there is a diversity of realities, there is a diversity of regions. So how, so the challenge is we need to select indicators and methodologies that are realistic, are relevant, and are suitable across the different projects we are and the different realities of the projects that we are.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, I want to share with you some important information because the time that panel, that notice at the top of your screen with the time is wrong. We have extra time for the session, so we are running this local market session till well, your time in Spain 15:20, so we have extra time till 20 past, let's say. But you don't need to be here if it is, I mean, people can move freely from one room to the other, so you can visit the other shops, let's say.
Okay, I hope this is not the case because I only have to.
I would like to ask a question because maybe before we disappear, because I'm actually in the other group, so I might as well ask the question. Sorry, I know you're probably halfway through providing another answer. What?
No, sorry, that I was going to say to Angel. Angel, if at some point you finished here, you can also move to another shop. Well, yeah, I think you can.
Okay, well, to be honest, I'm using this as a capacity building, internal capacity building opportunity, because this kind of presentation, I had to do it anyway to FASB.
Great, that will save you time.
But maybe one thing I just wanted you to think about is a lot of MRV focuses on the quantitative indicators, the numbers, the counting, what you can physically see. It doesn't focus on the qualitative indicators, what you can't see. And what we're often talking about is social change, which is the change in how people work together, how they act, and how they do. And often it's very difficult to find those indicators that can measure those kinds of things, but you can if one thinks about it. So you have different aspects of change. You have tacit change, which you get a change in. If you're working with a group of people, of stakeholders, you'll start to see a change in language, meaning they're understanding new ways of doing things. You'll start to see a change in the discourse, in the conversations. You'll begin to see a change in how people interact with each other. And those are precursors before you get the more tangible changes, like changes in action or changes in structure, or yes, changes in the way grazing is done. So often we measure those more qualitative or quantitative indicators that are very easy to see and touch, but the qualitative indicators are much harder and they get ignored, but often they are more important and they are the precursors. They have to happen first before you get those visible changes. So I just want to ask that question and leave you with that thought to either ignore or bring in before I go back to Candace's group, which I was helping to facilitate. Okay.
Thank you, David. It's a really good point.
Can you move me?
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, okay, so I guess what David just said opens the floor for a discussion. This is what I would like to have a discussion, and considering the number of people that we have here, we could take the advantage of using this as a, I don't know, an internal questions and answer capacity building for FASB on the MRB system and what we are trying to do, what we have done so far, and what is the, I guess, the rationale and progress.
I have a question. MRB is monitoring the
reporting and verification.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
it seemed to me that you had part of that covered, the qualitative aspect, when you narrowed in on the cultural aspect of, I guess, the projects that we're doing. So you had that survey, have things improved or gotten worse or stayed the same with respect to the certain values and traditions that the culture places importance on. So I think that's good. I feel like the same sort of thing for stakeholders and how they feel invested or not in or involved in the process would also be important, because obviously, as he said, it's a precursor to getting successful projects to have people that feel that they're involved in what they're doing and that it has like a tangible impact on them. So
yeah, good point. To be honest, I mean, I guess just to share with you, as part of the discussions that we have been having and we will continue to have, again, I mean, this is a first draft of what we are trying to do. We came up across elements such as what David was suggesting, that I think is connected to what Oliver, you are mentioning right now in terms of involvement of community, measuring a feeling of alignment and involvement in a project. And to be honest, we have a struggle to really, I guess, come up with an easy way to measure that. So I would say that it has been, so when we design in the early stages of designing of a project, and by project I mean designing FASB, for example, imagine, and FASB, within FASB there are many projects that are applying and getting financed. So, but the whole concept of how FASB is going to work. So when we are at that stage, we recognize the importance of having these kind of elements included. So the importance, and it's one of the principles of and the approaches of NGP, is this bottom-up approach of having a clear and a robust community engagement or stakeholder engagement platforms that helps to design, implement, as well as manage and monitor the whole project. So said that, having an indicator that can be included in the small number of indicators we have been, I guess, struggling to come up with. But definitely it's an element that we would love to capture in some way, in particular with regard to, I think, this principle of our developed through effective stakeholder involvement process. Okay, so in just to give you a bit more context, the whole idea here is to create or to start with the creation of a system that works as an umbrella system where the different projects, and again, remember when I talk about a project, I'm talking about FASB, I'm talking about Atebubu in Ghana, I'm talking about similar projects in other regions. I'm not talking about those projects that FASB is supporting. Okay, so national projects, let's call it national projects. So this umbrella system that national projects can populate, show how they contribute. So in a aggregated way, NGP can report. So if someone asks, okay, what is the impact of NGP? Well, NGP is restoring X amount of hectares. Okay, so by region, what that means? Okay, by regions in Brazil, this is the number. By intervention, what that means? Well, in Brazil, in restoration of natural forest, this is the number of hectares. Commercial forest, this is the number. Agroforestry, this is the number. So this is the idea. But come up with a system that enables this aggregated information. In doing so, the whole idea is, well, we need to recognize, and this is coming back to the challenge, this diversity. So how to come up with a system that works for FASB as well as for, works for Brazil as well as for Ghana, recognizing the geographies and the local realities. This is the challenge. Okay, so, but let me know, what is your impression? What are the first thoughts that come to your mind? What are the, I guess, something that you can share from your experience, some challenge that immediately you see, some suggestions of how to address this?
Well, my first impression about is that I need to, first of all, I need to listen more English to understand better your talk, first of all. And how I'm beginning in the FASB, and I can see that we have a lot of projects and a lot of information that I will need some time to agree to capture this information. And I need that the FASB will have a long time to be, and I agree that we in a couple of years we have a lot of area in process of connecting to the connect the forest areas with the FASB projects. And is that if I think something more, anything more, I talk to you.
Okay.
Oliver?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. With regards to the measuring, I guess, community involvement and how purposeful they feel or how useful they think the project framework is to them. Yeah, it's definitely hard to measure things that are more subjective like that. And I've only met a few people from FASB, just like Hauni, Marcio, and Nyoza. But I think that Hauni's background as a sociologist could help potentially, because in sociology you have to measure these more qualitative aspects, and so he probably has some insight into how you would measure that, which I don't have. No.
Good point. Thanks, Oliver.
We have some. I had notes some developers, and I could see at the projects that we will have good opportunities to work with them. and they are good. They have we have a well-structured project. I agree. I'm self-confident or confident about the projects that I have already take some informations. Yeah.
For me, I guess a few comments, a few thoughts. Just for your background, I'm helping NGPTA with this MRB, but I'm also helping with design and implementation of a similar project to FASB, but in Chile. Okay, it's called Fondo Maule. Okay, so I guess I'm wearing two hats here. So from someone that works at the national project level, one of the first reactions when this issue of, I guess, overarching MRV system brought or generate to me was, okay, working at the local level is hard enough, challenging enough. So I have a load of work big enough to also try to address with an additional level of requirements of information. So any overarching system needs to avoid generating additional levels of information at the national level, and furthermore should be helping at the national level with their monitoring system. So basically should be addressing the national needs as well as international needs of reporting, monitoring and verification. So this is one of the elements to keep in mind. Something else, what I think is really, really important is, and I think I mentioned this before, Yanara, during your session, is monitoring is about communication. You want to communicate something, impact, progress, delivering. So communication is a two parties game. So someone send a message and someone receive and understand that message. So and reporting is I mean the way you send that message. Okay, so I'm getting a bit theoretical here. So what is really, really important is that you need to have clarity. What are those key audiences you need to communicate to at the local level? So at the local, I mean at the national level in Brazil, in South Bahia, as well as international level. What NGP as an umbrella organization needs to report. And one of the first, so this is an exercise that we need to do, and we are doing already. Okay, so one of the first actors that is clear is that the NGP TA projects, FASB is one of them, are implemented because there is a main investor or capital provider. Okay, so there is a commitment with them. So the first thing that is clear to everyone is that we should be able to show that we are delivering what we commit to. Okay, so having clarity on that, this should be shaping, I guess, a step one or tier one indicators, because this is the most immediate or one of the most immediate audience that we need to monitor for, report to. Okay, so I would say starting from that example, we should go, I mean, beyond, I mean, what are the other key audience? So at the international level, I think we are more clear. At the national level, there is clarity at the national level, but we should ensure that there is a clear alignment of what are the key stakeholders you really need to communicate nationally and why. I mean, I heard one of the challenges is finding additional source of funding for, I mean, to scale up your impact and projects. Okay, what are those additional source of funding national at the national level? Is that a tier two type of audience we should create indicators for? Okay, so it's just to I guess share a thought about another element that is important in shaping this kind of a structure, and we could continue. Anyway, so it seems to me that we don't have much time. We are going to be moving to the plenary. Thank you very much for staying here. Definitely, we will be talking much more about these topics, but thank you very much for staying here.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. That's pretty well done. Very clear and informative. I'll have to go over it and read everything again. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and present about what is the Forest Forward Investment Opportunities Pipeline, kind of what we envision for it, what we already have coming later on, the first kind of projects we have coming through, and then how anyone can get involved with it and what the kind of next steps are. So without further ado, the Forest Forward Investments Opportunities, it's a new way to connect to investors. So what is Forest Forward? Forest Forward is WWF's performance-driven impact program addressing forest threats. It's basically, it's the next evolution of how WWF is engaging with companies, organizations, and communities that are working either directly with forests or investing indirectly in forests. And yeah, how do we work with them on their sustainable forest projects under this big umbrella of Forest Forward now? So with that, there's 3 different categories of projects. The first one being improving forest and plantations management, which is the companies that are directly managing forests or plantations themselves. The second is market shift responsible sourcing. So it's companies that aren't forestry related themselves, but have forests in their supply chains. And then forest-based interventions and investments. So companies that are not involved in forests, don't buy forest products, but are investing in forests. So under Forest Forward, we sort of, Luis and I had this idea of how do we use this platform as something that can be helpful to those community level projects. So like the FOSBs of the world, and earlier on we were talking about the Central Annamites. How do we take this platform that we're working with these large companies around the world, many of which have very long stretching supply chains globally? How do we take that and make it more relevant to the communities on the ground that we're working with through the NGP platform? So it's going to be a portfolio of forest landscape projects demonstrating on the ground impact that are ready to be connected with investors through the Forest Forward network. So it's landscape level projects that are meeting the criteria that NGP really likes. Things like they're working directly with communities, there's social outcomes, there's economic outcomes, and yeah, it's working in our priority landscapes. So how do we connect them with investors? Because that's often a challenge that we face. So we break them down into 4 different categories of projects that we're going to be promoting through this pipeline, starting with sustainable forest management, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's projects that follow FSC principles. So it's focusing on sustainable outcomes, economic and sociocultural balance. So yeah, balancing those 3 categories to create a well-managed forest, basically. Also bankable nature solutions, providing the same kind of environmental and social benefits, but providing a financial return to investors. And these are managed directly by private sector companies. Forest landscape restoration, which is restoring multiple functions for multiple benefits, the same kind of things, social benefits, economic benefits, but really participatory. So engaging with stakeholders, supporting those multi-stakeholder platforms that are really important to FLR projects, and obviously maintaining the natural ecosystem. And yeah. So new generation plantations projects, which we're all very familiar with, that is projects that maintain ecosystem integrity in the same way the other ones do. They also protect and restore high conservation value areas, also have that multi-stakeholder process and create economic development and employment. So it's like what we were hearing from FOSB. It's about creating this mosaic and a landscape that has all these different benefits coming together under one project that covers a landscape. So we really wanted to look beyond the typical investment project that you would think of for the kind of bankable nature solution projects. So normally what you would think of is projects that give back a financial return to investors, and that's sort of the traditional investment, right? But beyond that, we wanted to create projects with returns that aren't just financial. So what kind of social returns are going back to the investor? What kind of biodiversity and carbon returns? There's different ways that investors can receive returns and benefits back from those projects that are non-financial, which opens us up to a lot more types of projects. So we have the bankable nature solution projects managed by the private sector, and they are directly returning financial returns to investors. But beyond that, it fits into that mosaic landscape that we're talking about, really. There's so many other benefits that come directly from forest projects. And if we don't account for those and consider them as part of the investment, then they aren't adding as much value to investors. So we're really looking for projects that cover any of those types of returns. And then the target investment ranges. So we're starting at 500,000 euros and going up to 5+ million. So really, we cover a wide range. And it's by starting at around 500,000, that's where we're saying we really want to bring in a bit of larger investment, so that in landscape projects, we can cover a lot of different aspects because it's a bit of a larger investment. And those are the kind of investors that we're looking for, the ones that are looking to put more money into these projects, invest over a larger number of years. So on the Forest Forward website, I'm not sure if you guys have seen it before, but it's totally fine if not. This is sort of this is a preview of what it's going to look like, because I kind of envision this as sort of a marketplace vision. So it's sort of a shop front of here's projects that we've seen around the world that we've worked developing with the companies, with the WWF offices, with whatever lead organization is taking them on. We've developed them, and here is your storefront for projects that you can invest in. So on the left over here, it's these, obviously this is just filler information, but it's going to be that kind of selection where you get the main information, the main financial investment that's involved, and you can just get a snapshot of all these projects around the world. And then it's going to have all of this information about where's the revenue coming from, what's the target investment size, what other sources of funding are coming, and really what's the overall goal and objective of the project, and what's really the spirit behind it. So who can benefit? Like I said, this is really the result of us wanting to be able to attract investors to those community, really on the ground impact led projects that we've seen through NGP, through WWF, all of these different kinds of projects. So it's benefiting communities, smallholders, and other groups that are less likely to be reached by traditional funding vehicles. And it's also projects that are in need of a little bit of support in project development. So this is something that we envision fitting into the study tour model. So we're on a study tour right now. We're traveling around the world, seeing all of these different projects, and we're able to have this interaction with the NGP community of saying, how do you think that this project can become better? What would take this to the next step from your position as an investor or someone working in WWF or someone leading a different community project from a different part of the world? Taking that knowledge that we have in this environment and study tours and using that to develop projects that then can be investor ready through this pipeline. It's also a great opportunity for existing forest projects looking to expand. So we have a few projects coming up where it's ideas that come out of a project that we're already working on in Forest Forward, and we say, here's something else that we could do that's amazing. We've learned something from this project and we know it can work here. We just need the investment. So that's a really strong case where we can take that to an investor and say, look at this amazing project. Here's what it's building on. And obviously investors can benefit from this. So something that I've seen so much of in our conversations with the Bankable Nature Solutions Network through WWF is that there is so much capital out there in the world right now looking for a place to invest. And forests are a really hot topic with climate change right now, with government commitments, company commitments. There's so much money that wants a place to go. And I think one challenge we have at WWF International is, with WWF being this large visible organization, a lot of people come to us and say, I have all of this money that I want to invest. I'm large corporate. I need to meet some of our reporting requirements and I need somewhere to put my money. And this pipeline gives us as the NGP community a place to say, we really like these kinds of projects. We really believe in them. This is what's worked on the ground. We have all this experience around the world. Here's a bunch of projects that are investor ready right now. And yeah, have at it. Look at our little storefront and see what you like. So it's beneficial to investors as well. I think there's a lot of co-benefits for both sides. This is a little preview of projects that we have under development right now. So we've launched the section on the Forest Forward platform online. And we're in the process of finalizing about 5 projects right now, and they're going to be our first sort of selection on the marketplace. So one of them is working with communities, cooperatives, individual and the private sector to restore a forest landscape area and empowering communities to manage and establish tree plantations and cooperatives and local value addition through timber processing. So this is, it's meeting a challenge that this part of the world has of not finding a market for the kind of logs and basic sawn timber. They need local value addition at the community level. So it's investing in things like sawmills, just little pieces of the puzzle that can actually connect them to an international market. So it's a really great place for WWF to inject help there, saying these communities on the ground, which otherwise have no connection to the international market, let's create a project where we help connect them to that, because that's going to be the missing piece in the puzzle of sustainable forest development, sustainable forestry development in that part of the world. So that's an exciting one. A different one is creating biodiversity and social value through landscape awareness, biodiversity monitoring, using bird watching techniques with communities and developing ecotourism through that bird watching. So it's one where we've learned from a project with this company in one landscape, and we're saying, I think this could be our entrance into the next landscape and a way to make forests in that area more profitable by diversifying into ecotourism and bird watching. So it's really cool. The next one is strengthening community-led sustainable rattan harvesting in natural forests at the landscape level and expanding sustainable rattan production capacity. So that's one where it's an existing company and they're looking to expand. Like, we really like what they're doing at one level and we want to help them become greater, and what they need is capital. So it was sort of a natural fit for the pipeline and how we can help them grow. And then finally, working with communities to strengthen links in the forest restoration value chain. So they're doing things like seedling production, taking in indigenous community knowledge, and especially looking at rare and endangered local native seedlings, which I think is really cool. Yeah, that's one that sort of, it's a seedling group offshoot of a project that we're already working on. So it's really amazing that we now have this platform to bring more investor awareness to the smaller parts of the projects, things like seedling production, which is, again, it's a missing piece of the puzzle. If you don't have that, then people can't do forest restoration, they can't start their businesses in that area. So really, we're working on the key parts of the projects to send investors in where they wouldn't otherwise know that that's there. So how to get involved? Visit the Forest Forward website and dashboard. I assume that they'll send out this presentation, so all these links and our emails, you guys can have that, but visit the website, visit the dashboard to see what is already happening on Forest Forward and what we're looking to do next. And reach out to us. We're so happy to work with anyone, especially in the NGP community. We know all you guys. So we're really happy to work on project proposals, ideas, and investor inquiries. So we're reaching out to investors through the WWF network, the Bankable Nature Solutions network, the NGP network. I think especially the NGP team has very far-reaching fingers around the globe and knows a lot. So we are doing a lot of investor outreach to try and get money into these projects, but always happy to talk to new investors and join study tours. So like I said, this is sort of a new iteration on the study tours, how we can develop projects that can then go on the project pipeline. How can we use this kind of group brain to develop these projects, make them better, face the challenges, and then meet with investors and grow. So yeah, let me know if there's any questions. That was a lot to run through.
Excellent, very good, thank you. Let's just give a second to see if anyone wants to put a direct question. Do you want to take down the presentations so that we can at least see Raoni? Barney, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Emmanuel, Barney.
Hey.
Good to see you.
So the pipeline, they have all this. So when you show the market, that thing that look like a market, those projects, they are from a database that you already have, or like FASB projects can be in this database, in this pipeline. I think that's the objective, to put all these projects from different NGP and WWF iterations be in the same place.
Yeah, in a way. So a lot of them right now, since we're just getting started with the pipeline, a lot of them are coming from existing NGP relationships. So we already have FASB involved a bit on Forest Forward, but I'd be really interested to see how we can get FASB more involved though, because I mean, the last discussion that I was in earlier today was about how do we attract more investors into FASB? And I think it fits exactly what we're talking about. I mean, that is kind of what we envision, having this database of projects that we know that we can put up there and create kind of the like market front vision of them. But Luis, I would be curious to hear what you think, because in the discussion earlier, I was tempted to say, how do we fit the pipeline into FASB's discussion on increasing investors?
I was just waiting for the moment to do that connection and to come with a concrete example. Raoni worked with the Arboretum in terms of preparing Arboretum project for FASB. And that will allow Arboretum to do restoration of X hectares. However, Arboretum, they have their own program in terms of expanding the seedling production and to engage the communities on collecting those seeds. It's the Casa da Floresta program, and that is a project that has the profile for the pipeline. So I think we can work here in a coordinated way, the origination of FASB and the origination of the pipeline with Arboretum in a strategic way that they can use the FASB funds in terms of expanding their restoration capacity, and that will deliver on the FASB objectives of X hectares of restored Mata Atlântica. And with the forest pipeline, we can help them to attract investment, to help their program to consolidate and to expand in terms of engaging the communities on collecting the seedlings. So I think this is a good example of how we can build the different parts of the program and contributing for the same ultimate goal, which is in the end to have the right institutions in the landscape supporting the restoration of Mata Atlântica.
So what are you doing to
attract investors to this? Is it just kind of people who are already engaged with Forest Forward one way or another, or is there a more proactive marketing strategy?
So I would hesitate to call it a marketing strategy. It's more internal marketing. So we have this existing network within Forest Forward of companies that are obviously interested in what we're doing. They're already involved in the program. They're already investing on landscape level forest projects. But beyond that, we have the Bankable Nature Solutions Network, and also just WWF corporate engagement globally. So we're sort of working within that network to reach out and see who are the people who are interested and who is already talking to us looking for projects. Because I think one thing we've already found is just by discussing this project internally, a lot of people have said, oh, I receive requests like that frequently of saying, what are your projects? We have money, please show us projects. And that's kind of a need that it feels really good to meet, because so often in WWF, because I work on the WWF side of things on NGP projects, but so within WWF, so often we're fielding those kinds of requests ad hoc, and we're not very proactive about saying, here's something that we have, please, if you're interested in investing, I can show you 10 things right here. That just doesn't exist right now. It's people coming with that request and saying, oh God, but email something. And then 2 weeks later you hear back and say, oh, here's a project. Let me try and get you a concept note together. So I think the goal here is investor outreach, but also just having proactive material ready for interest, because the interest exists. We've definitely seen that.
Yeah. I think
quickly to say that we have more time. I've been informed that we have extra 10 minutes. So
okay.
In my screen, at least, I say remaining 1, but we have remaining 10.
Perfect.
Sorry to interrupt, Barney. Go ahead.
I think Barney's frozen now.
There's obviously there's a lot of effort within WWF to get different parts of the network. There also seems to be a lot of times when one part of WWF doesn't know. So I think kind of, yeah, internal outreach to make sure everybody knows about this and can be directed towards these projects is really important.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just thinking, for example, I last year worked on a piece for part of the forests team that was all about what nature-based solutions.
You are
and,
frozen.
You know, it would be.
It's cutting. So maybe you take the camera so that we can hear better what you're saying. Yeah.
That's
Try
better.
now.
Am I talking normally now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just as an example, last year I worked on a report for WWF about nature-based solutions in the forest sector, and it kind of was giving recommendations on, you know, what businesses should do to support that. And it would be fantastic if a report like that would have a direct link saying, you know, one of the things you can do is to go straight to the Forest Forward marketplace and here are projects that you could be supporting. So I think, yeah, just really kind of trying to make sure that all of those internal connections with the WWF network that are being made to drive things towards this would be fantastic.
We agree. Let's say that it goes well beyond here, me and Mallory. What we are very much focused on making it a reality that it happens, because what we find out was that there was very little access to real projects in the network. So there are several programs, there are several initiatives, but they are not backed by real projects on the ground. So that's where we are focusing now. It's to have at least a short list of good quality projects, and then, yeah, the forest trucks, they will need to connect this to those existing initiatives, the Bankable Nature Solutions, the corporate engagement, the finance, and many others which are out there. And they are the ones that have really the capacity to reach out to, a good list, a good number of potential investors. But yeah, let's see how WWF internally can make this opportunity to happen. So from our side, we are focusing on sourcing a list of good quality projects. That's the focus now. But that's a good point, Martin.
I think it's kind of the blessing and the curse of such a wide and varied network. Often we don't quite know what everyone's doing. And so if WWF Germany receives a request from an investor saying, we have all this money, do you have any forest projects? They don't immediately know what someone in Brazil is doing, for example. But then at the same time, as we set out on this project to say, let's make those connections, let's bring it to one place, like a one-stop shop for these kinds of projects, then we have a giant network of people working with investors, working on projects around the world that we can bring together. So it's kind of about turning that downside into something that can work for us.
Yep. Fully agree. Emmanuel?
Yeah.
How are you?
I wanted to ask whether there is whether WWF only supports NGP projects or any project that is good and that suits the criteria for WWF to provide funding for.
Yeah, so we're definitely not limited to NGP projects. That is kind of the goal, is any project that we deem fits our values, passes our kind of internal tests. And that's when I was listing the types of projects, so Bankable Nature Solutions, NGP, FLR, those kinds of things, that was the criteria underneath them that we're looking at. That's really what we're basing it on. It's not limited to organization. So we have some projects coming in that are led by WWF offices, and then some that are led by the private sector. And there's some with, we've received requests from people that we've never worked before, which is totally fine. It's sort of casting a wide net and just looking for those projects that meet that criteria that we're interested in and that we think investors will be interested in.
It's an open submission process. So you go to the web page, and there you find a link that takes you to a form. You fill in that information, and then it comes to us, to the team, and we will get in contact asking for more information. So we're very much inspired on the type of work we are doing on other places like in FASB. What Harmony does, its origination work, it's to provide assistance to the project developers before they submitting the project, and then to help them to go through the process. So here, somehow, there is also a similar process in terms of receiving their first information and then working with them, trying to improve the proposal. But as Mallory said, it can be organizations from outside, and then the projects, they can also be implemented through the WWF network, or some of these projects, they might have just simply their life. And basically what we did here was just some level of facilitation of the process. At this stage, it is as open and wide as this.
Thank you.
Let's see how it evolves in the future. Sometimes these initiatives, they start very open, very wide, very liberal, and then they tend to get a little bit more focused. We don't know where this will end.
And there's a provision deadline there. How is, in what stage you are now?
We're kind of on a rolling submission right now, because we really want to work individually with each project since we're at the beginning of the pipeline. We really want to work to make sure that we have the best projects on there. So we're working with project developers and helping edit submissions, and just make edits. So really it's a rolling deadline. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I incentivize the two of you to stay in contact because of the Arboretum project. I think you can help each other.
Definitely.
And that's fun. Okay. I lost notion of. I don't know how much time we still have. I'm gonna ask.
I think we should be getting close.
Any further question? Barney, anything else from your side? Maybe we can also change rooms if we can. If we want, we can look at the discussion.
Luis, I was going to ask you, Luis, if you think there's any other way that we can work with FASB on this. So we have the Arboretum, which is sort of plain. Would that be considered a FASB project, or is that sort of like providing FASB with seedlings? What's the relationship there?
I think this would be an extra project because I think Arboretum can apply for funds from FASB to do restoration, and that only will be the stage 2 project they have in mind, right?
Yeah.
And this would be an extra project to help them to fundraise for their structure and the program they call Casa da Floresta. And so those two projects, I think they would work in complement. The way I think we can use the pipeline to work with FASB is projects that they come from FASB and they start to qualify for the next stage, like the project from Ciclus, Raoni, that they are helping the indigenous communities to move from illegal sourced timber, doing handicraft that they sell into legal timber. That project eventually it can grow into a next stage in terms of growing scale.
It could be like the stage 3, eh?
Exactly.
A good project of stage 2 that gain that scale that we seek, so they can go to the pipeline.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to kind of, stay in close contact about that, because then, we can sort of be like a natural progression on from that. I think that'd be really cool. Because obviously the projects that would be coming out at the 3rd stage or whatever, that's a well-developed project at that point, and there's a lot to present and a lot of outcomes already visible.
Yeah.
So I think that's the best model that we can work between FASB with the pipeline. As we start having that evolution of the projects.
Would there be anyone, so you'll be in Brazil for the study tour later this year. Do you think, Luis, that you'll see projects there that would, will they all be under FASB, or will there be other projects that we could potentially work with?
Let's see, like when I've been there in May, we spotted this opportunity to work with Arboretum. It came out from that conversation, from that meeting when we've been there. Eventually in November, we can, I don't know, how do you see the Ciclus project evolving? Do you think it is going well?
Yeah, I don't know how it's development. I don't accompany. I think has the potential, but like I didn't see how it's going, because the Rodrigo was seeking more, and now Yanara. So, but yeah, I think it has because of, but they having a lot of problems with the wood to find the wood to buy, the certified, the legal wood. But they are working on it.
Yeah. I think another potential collaboration is if we succeed to expand FASB, and the idea there would be also to grow to Espírito Santo, the state that is border with Bahia, and there WWF Brazil, they are also active, and they do have some projects that eventually we could then connect between the work of FASB with the pipeline.
There is another stage 2 project in this that is in evaluation this fall that I thought it was very well made, and it mixes reforestation and agroforestry and even the cattle. So this one I think that has a lot of potential also.
Exactly.
Definitely.
But if approved, he will start. So it's a long way until that.
Sure.
Okay, so I don't know, maybe we are done here. Miller, what do you think?
I think so. Yeah, no, really a few good points coming out of that. I mean, really this was about me presenting a project, but I think a lot of good points are raised. Definitely there's a potential for collaboration with FOSB. I think that would be a really cool idea down the line as sort of a next step when projects phase out of FOSB to say, okay, you're ready for a bigger investment, more global vision. So yeah, I think that would be really amazing. And then, yeah, the importance of being proactive, especially within the WWF network, and using that power to be able to promote these kinds of projects that not everyone will know about. It's not, your average investor isn't easily going to know about what's happening, you know, in a community in Tanzania or something like that. So using that network, understanding the resources we already have, and yeah, reaching out and getting new projects. So keep it in mind, all of you guys. And I think, yeah, but I think those are the main points. Anything to add, Luis?
No, just what Emmanuel was saying, also to keep the pipeline open to different type of project developers, internal, external. I think that openness, that wide scope, I think that's also a good element.
Definitely. Yeah. I don't want this to just be, you know, here's a bunch of WWF projects happening on the ground. You know, it needs to be varied and able to attract a wide array of investors. So yeah, really good point.
Absolutely. Okay. See you in the main room then.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
Nice to
Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the walk around the local market. We've come to the end of this fascinating visit to the south of Bahia. And we just want to say, see you tomorrow in Vietnam. So we will visit in the central Annamites landscape. I think that Vu is with you. Vu, can you say hello?
Hi.
So Vu will
welcome you
us.
on to Central Annamite of Vietnam tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brew will be the star of our show, so he's going to guide us around the work that they're doing in the Central Annamites. But yeah, well done everybody for all your contributions. We certainly had a really interesting session in the carbon market marketplace, the market stall with Candice, and I'm sure the others were just as interesting with Angel and Mallory. So yeah, well done for your contribution. Thanks very much. And
And let's finish this super good trip to the south of Bahia, dancing a little bit because we are in this celebration. And that was all for today. I'm going to share again this super nice music from the south of Bahia.
To celebrate the Festa Unitas.
Okay.
See you tomorrow in Vietnam, everybody.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Ontem eu sonhei que estava em Moscou, dançando pagode russo na boate Cossacô.
Ontem eu sonhei que estava em Moscou, dançando pagode russo na boate Cossacô.
Parecia até um frevo naquele cai e não cai. Parecia até um frevo naquele vai e não vai.
Parecia até um frevo naquele cai e não cai. Parecia até um frevo naquele vai e não vai.
Entra, Cossaco, Cossaco, dança agora.
We had a really short flight across to Brazil, to the southern Bahia, and we saw a multitude of projects being implemented by a host of different project developers under the umbrella of FASB. So it is wonderful to wander around the rainforests in southern Bahia and to learn about their projects. Then last night, Elena and I took a really long trip. We kind of left Brazil and we flew all the way across through many time zones to central Vietnam, to Hue, where we are visiting the central Annamites landscapes and the WWF approach that's been taken to landscape restoration in the central Annamites. So we're going to be hearing more about the wonderful work that they're doing today. So yeah, we've got an exciting agenda for you. But first of all, Elena and I were in the market really early in this morning in Hue, which is the local big town closest to the central Annamites landscape. And we went to the marketplace and we got a host of products that have been made from materials grown by local communities in the forests. Do you want to take us through some of those?
Yeah, look at this. We have this, how do you call this?
It's a knife holder.
A knife holder, but the important thing is that it has been made with FSC acacia wood. FSC, from the acacia plantations that are in this region.
That were grown by smallholders who actually had certified FSC acacia wood, which is wonderful.
What else do we have here, David?
Well, in our treasure trove that we got for the market, we got some beautiful bamboo cooking implements, some spoons, because bamboo is really strong. In fact, in many cases, it's even harder than wood. And my favorite is this chopping board. You all know, those of you who love cooking like me and the Vietnamese love food, you want to have a good hard chopping board. And this has been made from bamboo. And then, most importantly, what's the last item that we had to share?
Look at these beautiful rattan chairs.
Yes.
We look great in our chairs, and they are so comfortable, and they've been made with the rattan fibers that are grown in the central Annamites forest.
Oh, one other thing. We've got another item of acacia that's been made from acacia wood. This beautiful chest of drawers here was made in a factory using wood grown by the local communities. So we're going to learn a lot more about these kind of things during the presentation that our colleague Vu is going to be making. Would you like to introduce Vu first?
But yes, I would love to introduce Vu, but first of all, let's go through the agenda for today.
Got it.
So this is the agenda for the whole trip, and we have arrived to Vietnam, to the central Annamites mountains.
Day one?
Yeah.
Day two? Sorry, day one?
Day one, day two, and day three. We are in day three, our last day of trip. So what we are going to do today is the same as we did in the previous days. This is written here. We are having a discovering the landscape and the central Annamites landscape session, and project developers, well, not project developers, WWF Vietnam will explain us their approach to the central Annamite landscape. Today, we are having a different approach. In the previous days, we had project developers talking about specific projects. Today, in Vietnam, we are having a more general approach, and Vu from WWF Vietnam, he's going to explain us what the efforts that they are doing to make a more resilient landscape in the Central
And
Panama.
do landscape restoration too.
Yes. After that, well, Vu will finish his presentation with some of the challenges that they are facing. And we'll get to the stepping into the landscape session, the session where we want you to get involved with the project developers, in this case with Vu and the rest of the Vietnam team in WWF.
So that's when you're going to get your hands dirty, and we're relying on your experience to come up with some of the solutions to some of the challenges that Vu is going to pose that they are trying to deal with. So it's a really interactive session, and we need you to participate.
Exactly. And we'll finish preparing ourselves for the departure. It's going to be sad, but we will need to say goodbye. See you next year. And we have prepared a quite nice session to get you prepared for a soft and safe travel back home.
Yep. So I think it's been quite a nice 2 days so far, and I'm really looking forward to our third day.
But don't think yet. Let's not think yet about saying goodbye, and let's enjoy the
Good
whole
point.
agenda for today. Let's see if we find Vu here. Vu, are you in the market?
I think somewhere in the market.
Yes.
Ah, there he is.
Hello,
So nice.
everyone. Yeah, okay. Welcome to the Central Hanamai of Vietnam. Are you ready?
We are very happy.
We're in our seats and ready to listen.
All right. So today, on behalf of the people from Central Hanamai of Vietnam, I would like to take you with a small tour to visit our landscape to see what it happened there. Okay.
We are prepared.
Okay, I'm going to show you something related to the Central Hanamai landscape of Vietnam and the journey of our supporting progress to develop the bankable nature solution project for the smallholder. But wait, before that, I would like you to see something special about the landscape first.
The Central Annamites landscape, a transboundary landscape shared between Laos and Vietnam, is an area of high biodiversity and includes one of the largest continuous natural forest areas in continental Asia. Its vast forests have been the site of many species discoveries and rediscoveries, including the elusive saola, the Asian unicorn, in 1992. But it is also home to diverse communities that live alongside these forests and rely on them for their livelihood. Follow the WWF staff as we go deep into the forest to experience the lives of the local communities and meet the men and women working to protect this unique landscape.
Đây là một vùng mà có độ đa dạng sinh học cao, nó phù hợp với cái sinh cảnh sống của loài sâu la và các loài động vật hoang dã. WWF đang hỗ trợ thực hiện để triển khai các cái chương trình giám sát đa dạng sinh học. Ở đây là chúng tôi đang giám sát đa dạng sinh học thông qua cái đặc bệ ảnh, và còn một số các cái chương trình khác như là chúng tôi sẽ tiến hành thu thập cái mẫu vắc này, rồi thu thập các cái mẫu phấn của động vật này, ghi âm vườn, rất là giám sát các cái loài linh trưởng để mà theo dõi sự biến động của cái quần thể. Khi mà mất rừng thì nó sẽ góp phần vào cái sự biến đổi của khí hậu, đồng thời nếu mà chúng ta bảo vệ tốt thì càng ngày cái hệ động vật, hệ thực vật nó sẽ phát triển mạnh lên và sẽ góp phần cho chúng ta sống một cái cuộc sống được cái không khí nó trong lành.
WWF staff are sometimes the first responders to animals trapped in snares, targeted for their meat or other illegal trade. Removal of these snares by the hundreds of thousands each year ensures a chance for the wildlife to slowly recover their numbers. Forests provide a vast array of resources that we all benefit from, including food, wood, medicine, fresh water, and the air we breathe. Without the trees, the ecosystems that support us can fall apart. Conservation contributes not only to the maintenance and preservation of biodiversity and ecosystems, but also to equitable and sustainable development for the women and men that rely on them. WWF brings partners together, including local communities, to rehabilitate, restore, and protect the forest through science-based conservation and livelihood improvement.
การคุกคามหรือว่าอันที่ท้าทายต่อป่าไม้เขตป่าสงวนของเฮาจำแห่งอันต้นต่อแท้ๆนี่เป็นบุคคลภายนอกไอ้น้องเพื่อนบ้านคือสสเวียดนามนี่ได้เข้ามาสมทบกับคนภายในเขามาลาเนื้อเขามาเฮ็ดแห้วเขามาตัดไม้จำนวนหนึ่งเนาะมีจำนวนคนอยู่ภายในป่าสงวนที่ดำรงชีวิตนี่ก็ได้ทางป่าเฮ็ดให้ก็จำนวนน้อยเนาะแต่ว่าก็ได้จูดก็ได้เป็นคุกคามให้แก่ป่าไม้ของเฮาลดน้อยลงคือกันเนาะ
จากนั้นแล้วเขาก็อยากให้เขาฮู้เกี่ยวกับการถ้าเฮาตัดไม้ทำลายป่าเนาะแต่มันสิเป็นแนวใดจากนั้นเฮาก็เป็นการปลูกจิตสำนึกให้เขาฮู้ว่าป่าไม้มีความสำคัญอยู่ในชีวิตประจำวัน
Communities are an integral part of the Central Annamites and have been thriving alongside these forests for generations, so it's vital that they are included in every step of forest management. Empowering communities puts the tools in the right hands of the people that know the forest best. WWF also supports the harvesting of sustainable rattan from natural forests, helping communities earn a better income by producing FSC-certified products for high-end markets, while also maintaining a healthy natural forest ecosystem.
Chúng tôi hỗ trợ cho người nông dân quản lý rừng một cách bền vững và phát triển chính trị rừng. Rừng trồng nói riêng và rừng nói chung thì đó là một cái thực thể sống, tức là nó tạo thành một cái hệ sinh thái rất là quan trọng cho cái môi trường sống của con người cũng như là các loài sinh vật trong một cái vùng nào đó. Do đó chúng ta cần phải quản lý rừng tốt để đảm bảo là cái sự lớn lên, duy trì cái hệ sinh thái tốt và đồng thời cũng đem lại những cái lợi ích về mặt kinh tế cho người dân cũng như là lợi ích về mặt xã hội và môi trường một cách bền vững.
WWF is working to bring successful conservation efforts to over 10,000 square kilometers of core forest that is home to both humans and rare and threatened species. Maintaining these forests means not only protecting the communities and species that rely on them, but protecting all of the benefits we receive from them for generations to come.
All right, thank you for seeing and listening. So now you already have a little bit image about our landscape in Vietnam. To take you a little bit detail in our landscape here and what we are going to do here. So I would like to show you some information throughout some slide for your reference. Okay, so that is the Central Annamite landscape of Vietnam. So why is matter? So Central Annamite of Vietnam is the home of the diverse community and ethnic minority group that the people who live inside and around the forest for thousands of years, and their livelihood is rely on the forest of the region. And this region is the core forest, home of the rare and endemic species, with the large area of the mountainous area, including the stream, including the coastal in the east. And Central Annamite also have the protected area with more than 5,000 km square. And we have the Watershed Protection Forest Management Board, which is many buffer zone and biodiversity corridor. And in this region, in 6 provinces, there are nearly 7 million people with diverse cultural and local social custom who live in here, and they are very special with many ethnic minority type. And they are a shelter of some of the planet's most spectacular, mysterious, and highly threatened biodiversity. So you can see the values of Central Annamite. Even this is the small area compared to the other ecosystem of Vietnam. But even this is the value of the Central Annamite landscape with the high biodiversity, with the rainforest, but we're still facing several issues. The problem of illegal logging and hunting is still there. The agricultural expansion also, with the development of life. So the population increase, the economic development increase. So the infrastructure development is also another reason that make our landscape facing with some challenge and risks. Plantation expansion with the plantation forest thus close to the nature forest, and deforestation, mining, and above all that, climate change is the most threat that affect to our landscape in Vietnam. So what is the strategy of the Vietnam to tackle all of that issue? So our vision in this landscape is that the ecological integrity and biodiversity of the landscape will be maintained, restored, and playing a critical role for conserving the overall ecological integrity of Greater Mekong Basin. This is the vision of Vietnam for Central Annamite landscape that transparently with Laos as our friends. So with these 4 areas of strategy for Central Annamite landscape, so we are ongoing to gather with our colleagues in Laos and Cambodia to follow this strategic plan. Thriving wildlife, resilient forest for all, climate smart and sustainable energy, and down to the flatland, the city urban areas, we have the program with no places in nature. This is the 4 key areas that we are provide intervention to make sure our landscape will be resilient. So deep into within that strategy that we would like to protect our landscape with the economic development, with the impact on the livelihood, but also to keep the target of conservation and maintain the biodiversity value in this. So we are on the progress to develop the bankable nature solution. That one side help the local community improve their livelihood and develop in the sustainable way. Why we contribute to the very important target is conservation and maintain the biodiversity of this. So before go deep into the detail of our intervention, I would like you to see another clip to see why we are starting with the idea of the development of the bankable project in the Central Island. So before I show you this clip, so this is one of our intervention for long term to support the smallholder in Central Annamite to manage their forest in sustainable way toward the FSC forest certification. By this way, we can have the smallholder one side to improve their income with the whiskey production on the plantation forest, while help them to raise the awareness for protect in the local nature areas with their responsible production in the forest usually.
Quản lý rừng bền vững gắn với nâng cao chuỗi giá trị rừng trồng có chứng chỉ quản lý rừng bền vững FSC được xem là một trong những giải pháp thúc đẩy phát triển ngành lâm nghiệp của tỉnh Thừa Thiên Huế, chuyển đổi sang hướng phát triển xanh bền vững, góp phần bảo vệ môi trường và đa dạng sinh học, giảm thiểu các tác động của biến đổi khí hậu. Những kết quả nổi bật và thành công của Thừa Thiên Huế FODA sau 5 năm hoạt động trong quá trình phát triển nâng cao giá trị rừng trồng gỗ keo có chứng chỉ FSC từ năm 2016 đến năm 2020, không thể không kể đến vai trò và sự hỗ trợ tích cực của dự án mây tre keo bền vững thông qua tổ chức WWF Việt Nam. Hội chủ rừng và phát triển rừng bền vững tỉnh Thừa Thiên Huế FODA chính thức được thành lập vào cuối năm 2016. Đại diện và bảo vệ quyền lợi của các chủ rừng quy mô nhỏ khi tham gia sản xuất kinh doanh rừng bền vững, đồng thời thúc đẩy hỗ trợ các hộ chủ rừng tích cực tham gia hoạt động quản lý rừng bền vững theo tiêu chuẩn FSC. Từ con số chỉ có 14 chi hội với 241 thành viên, với diện tích rừng trồng tham gia chứng chỉ quản lý rừng bền vững FSC là 950 ha, thì sau 5 năm hoạt động, đến năm 2021 tăng lên 37 chi hội với hơn 1.110 hội viên. Diện tích rừng trồng được cấp chứng chỉ FSC toàn tỉnh nâng lên trên 6.015 ha. Khối lượng gỗ FSC các loại khai thác 297.576 tấn. Giá trị xuất khẩu đạt 14.231.896 đô la Mỹ. Các hộ tham gia chuỗi giá trị rừng trồng gỗ keo có chứng chỉ FSC đang có đầu ra khá ổn định, được công ty Scansia Pacific, trực tiếp là công ty Minh An và Hoàng Nga bao tiêu sản phẩm, mua theo giá thị trường cùng thời điểm và được hỗ trợ thêm từ 15 đến 20% tùy theo cấp tỉnh. Một trong những giá trị quan trọng của rừng trồng theo tiêu chuẩn FSC đó là phục hồi lại hệ sinh thái tự nhiên của khu vực. WWF Việt Nam đã hỗ trợ Thừa Thiên Huế FODA khuyến khích các chủ rừng trồng các cây bản địa, tạo thêm một hành lang sinh thái để các loài động vật hoang dã có môi trường sống khi diện tích rừng trồng đến thời điểm khai thác. Đây là một yêu cầu quan trọng của tiêu chuẩn FSC về việc duy trì và phát triển vành đai xanh vùng đệm, thích ứng trước tình hình biến đổi khí hậu hiện nay. Đến nay, Thừa Thiên Huế FODA đã triển khai thành lập 25 hợp tác xã lâm nghiệp bền vững. Các hợp tác xã này có vai trò trực tiếp cung cấp các dịch vụ lâm nghiệp, tập huấn hỗ trợ kỹ thuật cho người dân trong suốt quá trình trồng và quản lý rừng theo tiêu chuẩn quản lý rừng bền vững của FSC. Hoạt động của Thừa Thiên Huế FODA đã thường xuyên nhận được sự quan tâm của các cơ quan quản lý nhà nước từ trung ương đến địa phương và các tổ chức quốc tế. Đặc biệt, chuyến thăm hợp tác xã lâm nghiệp bền vững Hòa Lộc và Thường Nhật vào tháng 8 năm 2019, Phó Thủ tướng Trương Hòa Bình đã đánh giá cao vai trò của Thừa Thiên Huế FODA, giúp các hộ nông dân trồng rừng thành lập được nhiều hợp tác xã lâm nghiệp bền vững. Đây là mô hình rất tốt và hiệu quả để nâng cao giá trị gia tăng của người dân trồng rừng. Chỉ đạo Ủy ban Nhân dân tỉnh Thừa Thiên Huế quan tâm, Bộ Nông nghiệp và Phát triển Nông thôn cần nhân rộng ra toàn quốc. Với sự tín nhiệm cao, năm 2019, WWF Việt Nam đã chọn Thừa Thiên Huế FODA cùng các tổ chức của 5 nước trong khu vực tham gia hội thảo về mô hình chuỗi giá trị liên kết với các doanh nghiệp hợp tác xã về tiêu thụ sản phẩm tại Thái Lan, thu hút sự quan tâm của nhiều nước về mô hình thành lập hợp tác xã lâm nghiệp bền vững của Thừa Thiên Huế FODA. Diễn đàn nhiều bên cùng phát triển tầm nhìn Trung Trường Sơn. Với sự tham gia trực tuyến của các tổ chức nhiều nước như Luxembourg, Phần Lan, Hà Lan, Thụy Điển, Mỹ, Thái Lan, Indonesia, cung cấp nguồn vốn vay ưu đãi cho hợp tác xã lâm nghiệp bền vững và các công ty doanh nghiệp chế biến lâm sản, đồng thời hỗ trợ nâng cao năng lực cho các tổ chức xã hội. Sau 5 năm hoạt động, từ một đơn vị đối tượng hưởng lợi từ WWF Việt Nam, đến nay Thừa Thiên Huế FODA đã ngày càng vững mạnh và khẳng định được uy tín và thương hiệu, chính thức trở thành một đối tác của WWF Việt Nam và tổ chức đơn vị doanh nghiệp khác. Bên cạnh việc duy trì phát triển chuỗi giá trị rừng trồng gỗ keo có chứng chỉ rừng FSC tại địa bàn tỉnh Thừa Thiên Huế, khắc phục được những tồn tại, không còn các lỗi lớn trong quá trình đánh giá chất lượng chứng chỉ rừng của những năm trước đây. Nhằm lan tỏa và nhân rộng hoạt động quản lý rừng trồng gỗ keo có chứng chỉ, Trong thời gian qua, Thừa Thiên Huế FODA đã vững vàng tự tin hỗ trợ kỹ thuật cho hộ dân tham gia chuỗi giá trị rừng trồng gỗ lớn có chứng chỉ FSC tại tỉnh Quảng Bình, Đắk Lắk, giúp huyện Lệ Thủy, tỉnh Quảng Bình thành lập hội chủ rừng phát triển bền vững để phát triển chuỗi rừng trồng gỗ keo có FSC, góp phần không nhỏ trong chuỗi cung ứng nguyên liệu gỗ, phục vụ sản xuất trong nước và xuất khẩu của ngành gỗ Việt Nam.
Okay, thank you for your listening and see. So this is at the starting point from our support for a long time to one of the FSC Smallholder Association in the Central Andaman. This is just a case for you to understand what we are going to do here. So based on that idea, the starting point, so I would like to continue to introduce you the progress of the intervention from our work in Central Andaman. So with that kind of starting point, so on 2019, we have, with the collaboration with the NGP, we organized the first field shop directly on the ground to invite several people from different sector, government, private sector, academy, and also smallholder to visit our area in Central Andaman landscape to share and learn the experience and find out the opportunity for the project idea. So this is the first field shop in Central Andaman landscape with the new bankable project idea. So until the November, based on the FSC smallholder model, we do a pitching one bankable project to the potential investor in Luxembourg. So this is on the progress. But after that, we continue to organize the multi-stakeholder platform with the support of the DFCD, the Fund for Employment and Development. We continue to support our smallholder and enterprise to develop the bankable project like Long Company, like Holler Cooperative, the Queen of Four Company, Hoi An Rotary. This is the progress to assess the DFCD fund to incubate the bankable project for bigger scale. So up to 2021, on May, we organize again another multi-stakeholder platform. And this time, at this year, so in parallel with the supporting to the enterprise to improve their project to approach the DFCD fund, we also find out mapping the smallholder enterprise to assess the landscape resilient fund in the rubber sector, in cacao sector, and rattan sector in Laos and Thailand. So at this workshop, so one of the small enterprise received the prize at the most potential business, the service shop in Laos with their rattan business. So until April this year, very recent, so we are continue to support the potential bankable project to improve their business plan, to pass the stage 1 and stage 2 to assess the DFCD and also landscape resilient fund. Why we mapping the new small and medium enterprise to develop their bankable nature solution project to continue to approach the landscape resilient fund with the technical support initially by the fund. So at this stage, one small enterprise, Nyintha, also received the good prize from NGP as the more potential project idea.
to develop further their business in the future for bankable nature solution project. So this is the whole pictures of our progress starting from 2019 until now, let's say 3 years. So we are on the progress. It's not yet have any natural bankable project receive the fund, but we believe that in the near future, with the technical support from our side and also colleagues from Landscape Resilience Fund, NGP, and also DFCD, so their business plan will be improved and can accept the loan. So deep into the project, so how we approach to that, and until now, after 3 years, we found out that the multi-stakeholder platform in this progress is very important. This is as the base for us to collect, to gather the idea and the innovation idea and also solution from different sector to identify the potential project. So the defining sector as the key driver in the central Annamai landscape, because this specific reason is not covered on of the sector, but after 3 years we found out some very potential key driver and the idea within the sectoral section that fit with the development strategies of the landscape. So by this sectoral section defined, we will develop the bankable nature solution following the 3 sectors: agroforestry, non-timber forest product sector, and FSC timber sector. This is the 3 key sectors that we focus on our landscape here. So by this, we can improve the resilience of the landscape and why fit with the demand of the small and medium enterprise that want to develop their business within the landscape. So this is the theory of change of our approach in Central Annamai landscape so far until now on the progress of bankable nature solution development. So deep into each sector, for agroforestry, one company called it Hoi An Roastery have received the support from our program with the DFCD fund at the technical support at the beginning. So this is the overall picture for you to understand what kind of the business that already on the progress. So I will not go deep into the detail of each project, but this is the whole picture of the landscape when we support different sectors. So with agroforestry, the most potential is the Hoi An Roastery. So their loan demand is the total investment is about 10 million euros, and their demand is about 7 million. And DFCD provide the technical support to have the Hoi An Roastery company finish their stage 1, and they are on improving the progress to develop potential for stage 2. So this is the on the progress. To the FSC timber sector, so Queen4 is another company that received this also support from DFCD. Their total investment is about 30 million euro, and the demand of their loan is about 8 million. So they also received the technical assistance from the DFCD program, and they finished already the stage 1, and they are on improving and preparing the document for the stage 2. So this is they are on the progress. So Queen4 is one of the FSC timber processing company do the good job in the central of Vietnam, and they are the sub-supplier of an IKEA supplier. To the non-timber forest product sector. So some company is the company who do the business that plant the ginseng under the nature forest, and they produce the product from ginseng specifically for the central Annamai landscape. This kind of ginseng it don't grow anywhere else except the central Annamai in this province. So the same, they also receive the support from the FCD fund with their business like this. So Samsung is one of the potential company who in on non-timber forest product, and we see that it's very potential to continue to support them for reaching the state 2 and state 3 to receive the fund from the FCD. For the non-timber forest product, continue Lục Đông. You already know Lục Đông, Mr. Hill, quite well from yesterday. Today I also saw him join in this. So you know well his business with the raw time processing company. And Lục Đông is one of the case that received the prize last 2 years from NGP with 5,000 euro for at the seed money to promote them to improve their business plan. So until now, Lục Đông is quite successful with their business under the support of Landscape Resilience Fund. And Yin Thao, the newest, the youngest one. This is Yin Thao. It's just the very new case and very special case that they do the business to produce the oil and some shampoo that's made from the natural material under the nature forest, from the black locust and some other medicine herb, the guai, lemon, and any other medical herb that's growing under the nature forest. So they collect and produce the oil and the shampoo in the organic way. So with their business plan and the business idea, Yin Thao company just received the price of $10,000 from NGP to continue to improve their business plan to develop the nature-based solution project. So this is the different state and this different scope of the backbone nature solution project that we are all supporting the small and medium enterprise to approach the DFCD and Landscape Resilience Fund so far. So before I go deep into the next future, I would like you to take a rest to see another clip of the Yin Thao company to see how their work is just a few minutes.
Những cảnh rừng giữa ngút ngàn Trường Sơn hùng vĩ, thôn Trăng, Tà Puồng, xã Hưởng Phùng, những bản làng bình yên sống cùng nương rẫy bao đời mưa nắng mưu sinh. Rồi có một ngày, những loài cây rừng nơi đây được gọi tên, được đánh thức khi có một cô gái người Kinh từ đồng bằng lên đây kết nối cùng những hộ dân người Vân Kiều thu mua những sản phẩm ngoài gỗ như bồ hòn, bồ kết, cùng với việc bảo vệ và phát triển vùng nguyên liệu từ rừng tự nhiên.
Trước đây thì quả bồ kết ở làng chúng tôi thì rất là nhiều, nhưng chúng tôi không biết làm gì. Nhưng bây giờ thì được công ty hướng dẫn để thu hoạch, để bán. Người dân chúng tôi rất hân khởi và bán được quả bồ kết. Quả bồ kết giá rất là cao và cải thiện cuộc sống cho người dân chúng tôi.
Rừng Bắc Hưởng Hóa trở thành vùng nguyên liệu, lâm sản được khai thác đúng cách. Người dân có thêm kế sinh nhai. Những người dân nơi đây liên kết bền vững giữa cộng đồng chủ rừng và doanh nghiệp là mục tiêu cốt lõi để đảm bảo hài hòa giữa trách nhiệm quản lý rừng và lợi ích tài chính, sinh kế cho cộng đồng. Từ nguồn nguyên liệu này cùng với vỏ bưởi, hương nhu, chanh, gừng, sau khi sơ chế làm sạch sẽ đưa vào thiết bị để chiết xuất thành cao và tinh dầu, rồi sau đó phổi trộn để cho ra sản phẩm gội đầu cao bổ kết. Cao bổ kết, đó là sự kết duyên của sản vật thiên nhiên, sự đam mê khám phá cùng khoa học công nghệ.
Qua các cái chương trình xúc tiến thương mại thì sản phẩm cũng đã đến được với rất nhiều khách hàng trên các tỉnh thành, và sau khi sử dụng thì khách hàng cũng đã có những cái phản hồi tốt và quay lại mua với số lượng khá nhiều.
Hương bổ kết chính là hương quê mẹ, em dịu dùng trên mái tóc Đông Phương.
Okay, so you can see why we see this business is potential, because it's one side that can create the new income and generation for the local people, especially ethnic minority. But also, this is potential that the material from the nature forest, and they protect the forest to keep that kind of raw material maintained for longer term, longer collecting and using. So we have the strategic plan to support this kind of business model to improve the native species like this species under the nature forest. So we also improve the biodiversity and diversify of the forest, and also the create more the raw material for the local people. So that's why this is the potential. So I will continue with my presentation.
Hi, Vu.
Yep.
Really quickly, we have a question in the chat asking if acacia is indigenous to Vietnam. Can you explain that?
Okay, no, this is actually acacia is come from Australia for a long time, long time, more than 100 years. So we cannot say that is the native species, indigenous species, but the import species. So that's why the monoculture of acacia plantation in Vietnam is still the challenge for us. So that's why within the FSC certification program, we also promote and encourage the smallholder to enrich their monoplantation acacia with the native species in the buffer zone. Hope it helped.
Thanks, Vu.
Yeah. All right. And okay, so what is the way forward in central Annamai landscape of Vietnam? So we continue with our progress to have this the company and the business get the loan from the FCD and Landscape Resilience Fund. In parallel, we identify more potential small and medium enterprise to have them improve their business to assess the loan and also the technical support from outside. We continue to provide technical support to potential bankable nature solution projects. And with the three sector, non-timber forest products, agroforestry, and the sea timber, we continue to scaling up that sector to assess the local bank. Because, you know, the local bank role is very important for the long run. After we successful with our pilot model with the support from the FCD and Landscape Resilience Fund, so the financial result from local bank is very important for replicate the good pilot model that we are supporting. And we will continue to set up the platform forum for small and medium enterprise and smallholder to learn and share and exchange the knowledge and experience. And we disseminate and work on the ground to the key stakeholders. So the way forward is small and medium enterprise with viable business plan toward bankable nature solution is one of the key targets. So to ensure the environmental and social issues streamlined and well verified in the bankable nature solution. And finally, so we try to achieve to harmonize the environment priority with the business priority. So we transfer this message to the small and medium enterprise in the central Annamai landscape. However, even thing is on the progress, but we facing is several challenges that we want to raise on this tour today to share with you our challenges, and also need to have the advice, the idea, or also lesson learned experience from you may help us to improve and let's say overcome our challenges that we are facing. So firstly, during the supporting progress to the small and medium enterprise to develop the bankable nature solution, so their mindsets on how to change their mindsets from the current business as usual toward the bankable nature solution. This is really the challenge for us until now. And by this, change their mindset and then convince them to apply, to follow the indicator, the requirement, specifically to develop the bankable nature solution project that have their business more responsible with the nature and conservation target. That is the first challenge. The second one is during our support with the role now, but in the future, with the exit strategy, when we withdraw our role from the pilot phase. So the viable monitoring and evaluation system is very important for smallholder and medium, small and medium enterprise to ensure they can manage and apply the environmental and social safeguard issues during their implementation process of the bankable nature solution project. So this is another, the second key challenge of our work until now. Thus, we can foresee in the future. And the third challenge is the green finance portfolio. How to involve the local bank in financing the SME for scaling up with the potential bankable nature solution support currently by WF. I mean, so now we have the resource, the human resource, the technical support, and also financial resource from the project to support the business, the company, to develop their and improve their business plan in the bankable nature solution aspect. But when in the future, when this pilot model is successful, so the SME want to replicate, or the new SME want to approach the law like this. So how to involve the local bank to ensure the SME will have a small loan available to develop their business. So this is the three key challenges that we would like to bring today for you to help us to discuss and we find out the solution for us. So I can see here my colleague, Mr. Khan. He is also working very closely with this program, and he may have some more, let's say, clarification on this if you want to help me a little bit, because this challenge is very important for our discussion in the next day.
Vu.
Yeah.
Hello. I suggest that we start, as Vu was saying, these challenges will be starting point for the next session. That session where we invite you to explore together with Vu, with Can, and with the rest of the team the challenges. And I suggest that we take a little break and come back, and then you can give a wider context per every challenge, and we can start the discussions. So can complement in that moment.
Okay.
Okay. And I have a suggestion for you also, Vu. I know that you have a very inspiring slideshow, and my suggestion is that we keep that for preparing ourselves for the departure. Okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Because that is going to be very inspiring. So let's do this. Let's go for a 5-minute break. Get ready. Get whatever you need to come here with a lot of energy.
Cup of tea, cup of coffee.
Yeah,
glass
exactly.
of water.
To explore together these challenges that Vu was anticipating to us.
Because this is the time where you get your hands dirty and you help us and the project developers. So we need your brain sharp. So a cup of coffee, glass of water, whatever suits. Okay. And we'll see you back in 5 minutes time.
So we are back here after this break. We hope that you got some energy, drank some coffee, tea, whatever you needed to be with us with all your energy. And we are stepping into the landscape.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that discussion. I mean, it's amazing how many projects that you've got going on, Vu. Very inspiring work that you're doing. So well done.
Yeah, thank you very much for that inspiring and very wide and holistic presentation. And now it is the time for us to try to help you to explore those challenges. So we are going to come closer for the discussion.
Then we can see the chat box.
And you can admire our rattan chairs. Okay. And Manuela, maybe we can go for the mosaic view so that we can see everybody in the room. I suggest that those who are not multitasking, which is something that you should not do in this study tour, switch on your cameras so that we can see each other's. Great, thank you, so nice. It is much more pleasant to talk to someone that you are seeing in the screen. So
the real people.
The real
look at all those real people. I recognize some of them.
Lots of nice. Manuela, can you paste the first challenge, the question into the chat, and maybe we can ask Vu to give a general overview, so you can explain again the challenge, and we can start to explore together potential ways to address it.
Then what we'd like to do is, if you can write your question or your comment that you would like to make to each of the challenges, your solution that you might come up with, put it into the chat box. So it's nice and succinct. And then Vu will go through them, and Vu can pick each of those questions or solutions that you put down in the chat box. It's just easier for him to understand if you put it down in writing rather than if you explain it.
Yes, so Vu, please, can you set the scene first challenge?
Okay, so let me provide you some more clarification on this challenge. Then you can be better understanding. So this is the business that are ongoing with the small and medium enterprise on the region. So they just do the business with the focus on economic purpose only. So the bankable nature solution, or responsible with the nature, is something, let's say, new with them. And we really need the evidence, the best practice, to show them how to convince them to change their mindsets toward the bankable nature solution. So this is really the challenge, because this is just the new in here. So we don't have the similar case in the region to show them. So we should encourage them and follow some requirements, some indicator, something that we understand. If they follow that, it will be contribute to the environment and social impact. It's not only the economic purpose. So how to change their mindsets in the two water bankable nature solution is our challenge like that way. So Mr. Khan, do you want to help me to explain a little bit more for people to be better understand?
No, thank you, Mr. Vu. Hello, my name is Khan. I'm also Mr. Vu and my colleague in Central Amman Landscape. Thank you very much, Mr. Vu. You have made a very good overview of what we have been doing in the past 3 years, coming from the initiative from NGP with bankable nature-based solution concept. 3 years is not long enough, but we have tried our best to work towards strategic thinking by defining 3 important key drivers in the landscape. That's the non-anti-FP, non-anti-FP, agroforestry, and well-managed timber plantation. Because thousands of people living dependent on the forest. And we assume that if we do try to create sustainable livelihood for the people, that will contribute to protection of natural forests and stop the forest encroachment and also hunting the forest. That's why we try with some potential bankable nature-based solution with SME, but within our pipeline we have more than 100 of them are waiting, and we know very well that on the result of the fund, both the FCD fund and landscape region fund that we have in our central RMI is still very limited, and people have to get along a long process of assessment, reviewing before funding. But we are talking about not about a few cases of bankable nature-based solutions. We're talking about hundreds of another bankable nature-based solutions that are in potential list, but without access to any PA support and financial support. That's why we think linking them to the local bank and how to convince our local bank set up what to call green portfolio to finance those people. That will be, we can create the larger impact. And then back to the question of Mr. Vu, we have been working with them for a long time. We are lucky enough to work with potential SME, but we know very well that how to change the mindset of the people to go more responsible, more environmental friendly, always a bit challenge, because they have two priorities: their profit and environment aspect. So I think Mr. Vu already explained to you, and I, as a colleague of Mr. Vu, I think also this is a big challenge. We want to learn from you how you think we can step by step change the mindset of the entrepreneur to go more environmental responsible and social contribution besides their business operation. Thank you.
So, any ideas about how they could move forward step by step? Candice? You've got your hand raised? Yes, okay.
No, I was holding my face.
But your hand is on your screen.
Yeah, the hand in the screen. We can see a little hand.
Do? Is it gone now? No? Lower hand?
So it's better if you find something to say.
Well, I'll have a little say while other people think and try and write down some questions in the chat. I believe that we can't change the mindset of people. They can only change the mindset themselves.
Thank you.
I don't like it when anybody changes me, but I like it when I try and change myself. So
the best way to change me is to introduce me into a new topic and take me out there and show me what it's all about. So I'm going to ask Vu, have you tried to take some of these SMMEs into your existing bankable nature solutions into the field, showing what's happening, describing to them what it's all about, because it's quite a difficult concept to grasp if it's new to you. I certainly struggled with bankable nature solution projects in the beginning, and other people might too. So then I'm seeing with my own eyes, and I'm having a chance to talk about it, not on a Zoom, but in a face-to-face discussion. Just for example, me and a couple of my colleagues, if we kind of work in an SMME, and speaking directly to you out in the field. Have you done that with them, and have they still said not interested?
Can I help Mr. Wu answering
Yes,
this?
I did. Yeah, okay, Mr. Khan, you first. Thank you.
You know, like explained earlier by Mr. Wu, we don't really have any concrete bankable nature-based solution project on the ground, happen for a long time, create certain impact on the economic, on the community. We just started in the past 2-3 years, and we are in the process of structuring bankable project to enter the last phase for getting money, financing from bank, from international to implement it. The only thing you can share to the people, to take people to learn from the one who are already engaged in 1-2 years, to learn how they come up with the idea, with the concept of bankable nature-based solution project, how they go about that, and what is their challenge, what is their benefit, what is motivation they go for that, and how WF can support them to structure their business plan to go more bankable nature-based solution concept, and what is the process, how they feel. This type of thing we can share. But as explained by Mr. Wu before, they want to see something happening on the ground, so that they are, in Vietnam, we have some saying that hearing 100 times is not equivalent to 1 time you can see and feel it. So we can share best practice elsewhere in the world through newspaper, through book, through documentation. But we need something concrete to convince the people. By doing that, we can step by step facilitate them to change their mindset. This is not a new thing. We all face this similar problem, but we need the good example, the best practice. That's what we try to do, to document our best practice on the ground at the moment, to promote, to share this bankable nature-based solution concept. This is a challenge. In 1-2 more years, we hope we will step by step remove this challenges. Thank you. Mr. Wu, would you like to compliment?
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Yeah, you explained, and I would like to give you a simple example following the question of David. So you see, bankable nature solutions, they may exist in somewhere already. Partly, it's not full. For example, under the FSC smallholder, we start at the one province. So very few smallholder group, they successful with their sustainable forest management, and they achieve the FSC certificate by following the comply with the standard. So to replicate to another province, we bring the farmer from the successful area to talk with the farmer in the new province. So farmer to farmer, they learn each other. So they know how to do the cultivation in the environmental friendly way. No burn the grass, no use the bulldozers to make the hole. They keep the vegetation on the ground instead of burning everything, something like that. But by that way, they can have the soil with the better humidity and improve the quality of the sapling when they just plant, and they improve their silvicultural techniques, and they improve the quality of the timber, and then they can sell with a higher price to the buyer. So this is the simple example for you to see partly of the way we
do in the Central Anamai landscape. Thank you.
I can see that Luis has raised his hand. Luis, please.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Hello, Vu, Mr. Khan, and everyone else on the team. Great to see you. Yeah, just to share a little bit of reflection on the big question, but just to remind ourselves that this is a continuous process. Working on landscapes and with the different stakeholders, the farmers, the SMEs, there is not a starting point and an end point. So we are on this constant evolution. And if I tend to agree with David that maybe the question is not how to change the mindset, if that would be our main purpose, but we are always changing permanently and adapting to the reality. So I think there are multiple dimensions of our work that WWF is already doing by, showing examples, but also in terms of helping those SMEs to understand what are the big directions of our times. And sustainability is not an optional thing. It's the place to go on the long run, and to keep working with the different solutions that we are bringing, right? So in the last 3-4 years, you moved just from, by working on a landscape approach, starting to bring the first innovative investment funds, which they put sustainability on top of their criteria. And it's this continuous sourcing of better instruments and understanding where are the gaps on the landscapes. I think this is a continuous dynamic, and that will change then the mindset of the SMEs, because they will better understand the market opportunities, they will better understand their niche, and they will have access to better tools to support their investments. So no, I don't think that question doesn't have in any moment a definitive answer. It's just a continuous process. It's a reflection.
Thank you, Luis. I know that
Luis. Yeah.
Suzanne, Candice, Mallory, you all want to talk, but I want to hold your questions or your comments for a moment, because I think it is interesting to take advantage that we have Mr. Hugh from Luc Dong here among us. He's from one of the companies operating in the Central Anamites landscape. So I think it is worth it to hear his point of view about this topic. Mr. Hugh, can you share?
Yeah, hello everyone. So this is the third day, and I'm very happy that to join with Mr. Wu and WWF Vietnam today. So very interesting Mr. Wu presentation, and lucky that Luc Dong, my company, like a part of your progress now. So in my business, in the mindset, before I don't have this mindset like now. Really I don't have this mindset before like my family business. So we only focus on the business only, and at that time we thinking about natural forest, to get a rattan natural forest only. We don't think about plantation. We don't think about taking the rattan forest. We don't think about that until we had opportunity to working with WWF Vietnam many years ago. So I think how to change in my mindset when I had opportunity to listening, to learning, and practice with WWF Vietnam, and especially we had opportunity to get finance from USAID when I changed in my when I finished that project. Because why? Before that I just has learning or training only, but my idea, my practice in the field don't have not be process. But until I get the finance, I get support from USAID. So I had opportunity to make my idea come true in the field, in the mountain. So after that, I found that if I continue do like that, I can help the people in the mountain with very happy, but also have my company. So how to change in my mind? I change in my mind, not, I think the first is the time, the day, which working with WWF Vietnam many years, and they support me too much. But until I get the finance support, getting grant from the USAID to match our project company to just a sample at that time. But really it's changing my mind. Because after I do that, I found that I go to the mountain, I go to the farmer, I had a support of finance to go to that in 2 years to plantation to care with the farmer. And when we working with farmer, when we go to the mountain and we really plant a rotten tree, we change in my mind at that time. So when we change in my mind, so we have the ambience to invest more. So that's why now I give my project to the LIF for to get a loan to expand my business and to expand rattan plantation and expand rattan, take care of natural rattan for that, everything. And I feel very confident to do that. I'm very confident to do that. So I think if WWF Vietnam and all the NGO had a small finance, like I said before, like small fund to help the SME in the field to make like a sample. So they go, then they do the sample that, so they feel, they learn from that sample project. So they become more confident to expand the business in that field. So I usually said with my partner, my friend, that I feel very happy now because I had opportunity to help the people in the mountain, to help the rattan tree, rattan forest become like a grow up. But I have my company also. So really lucky to have that opportunity. So I think like Mr. Khan said that really we have I follow this project more than maybe 2 years, right? From the DFCD open, but even the COVID-19, I think it is the remote reason. COVID-19 delay many things. So until now, even I not get a finance from LIF, but I on the way, and I feel really you help me too much to change in my mind, and I'm ready for start to expand my business with your fund. I think it is lucky for me. But I thinking about my all the SME in my same province. Now, Mr. Wu said we are making like a club, like a conference with all the rattan company in my province and in the central Annamai. We are group in like a Jalo chat now. Now we can talking together now, and I thinking about them, how I transfer my mind to them. Really, they don't have much opportunity like me before. Before I had to join the WWF Vietnam training conference many years ago, and I get really help from the WWF Vietnam to help me to get a grant from USAID. They don't have that lucky opportunity like me. So really, they're not. I think they're not enough thinking about the sustainable like me now. But if WWF Vietnam continue like this, continue to support me and my rattan company in my country, so we have opportunity to share together. So like Mr. Khan, if look down become like an example for them, they will see the real, so they feel believe that, and then can continue to follow me to expand the rattan forest. And I thinking about. Yeah.
Thanks very much. That was a lovely answer and nice to get your perspective, being a business person in Vietnam. So really appreciate that. Just to cover some of the other questions, I see there was a really interesting question from Candice, because we're getting quite a few questions that have come in. Candice was asking if we know what do we know if the key challenges that are facing the SMEs, and can we help them see how BNS could address these challenges? So do we know what the challenges that the SMEs are facing? And then we can perhaps try and help them address these challenges through BNS. So that is quite an interesting question. I know Suzanne also asked a question, but would you like to answer that, Vu?
Yes. Good answer. This is good answer. Very good advice.
Actually, sorry, Mr. Kat. Actually, I see the idea of candy is not really a question. So so I understand like that way. So actually, we are trying to follow to understand like what Candy says. So and I fully agree with that way of thinking. So so we are trying to do that. So I would like to thank Candy, because you also have the same idea with us currently. So this way is one of the way that we try right now. Mr. Khan.
No, you already mentioned. I think it's not a real question. It's a good advice for us. As long as we
that's his advice.
The key challenge here, SME, we help them to arrest them. That's already we can get together along smoothly with them to work toward bankable niche-based solution. Thank you. Thank you very much for.
Thank you, Candice.
So let's see, we have very little time to continue with this question. We need to remind ourselves that we have other two challenges to explore. But so I'm going to ask you to be very brief, but I want to give the word to Suzanne, who wants to share something with us. Briefly, Suzanne, please.
Oh, no. I was not really wanting to speak, just to say that I do think collaboration, it's just essential, and connecting people cooperatively, either connecting the actual village people working in the forest, or the SMEs with other SMEs, just to try to bring that message home that what they're doing is very important. That's all I really wanted to say.
Thank you, Suzanne. Then I'm going to invite Luis or Mallory, Yanara. I've seen that you have come to a kind of idea to move forward. Maybe you can share with us what you've written in the chat so that we can understand better. Who's gonna take this question? Luis, you were suggesting it.
Sure. Mallory, do you want to jump? Or Yanara?
Well, yeah, I'll quickly say my original suggestion was sort of starting with a portion of SME's business so that they don't have to adapt their entire thing to be able to take on these ideas from bankable nature solutions. And then, Luis, I think that was a really interesting idea that you had in the comments about combining the approach of FOSB that we learned about in Brazil with existing bankable nature solutions happening in the Central Annamites. And I think it really fit with what Hugh was saying about that initial push that they got from USAID and how that sort of initial grant program is really important. And if that's something that WWF could support with, that could be the stepping stone that some of the SMEs need.
Yeah, I think we are combining here two concepts, the landscape work with the sustainable finance for the SMEs. But one sustainable SME will not change the landscape. So although we need to start one day, right, Vu and Khan, we need to start with the first SME, and then we want to have more. So thinking on the long run, where do we create that pipeline that keeps building more businesses, responding to Suzanne, collaboration, cooperatives, so going to really the small ones, helping them to aggregate, capacitating them. That's what FOSB is starting to do in Southern Bahia. It's a different instrument. It's for the early investment that you need to do. That's what Mr. Yu was describing, that without your support, you wouldn't be today applying for an investment fund. And on the other side of the equation, I think also the investment funds, they need to continuously learn from the SMEs needs. I think there are not more investment on SMEs in nowadays because the financial instrument don't fit on the realities of the needs of the SMEs. You go through the process, and many of them, they just stay on the process because some box will not be ticked. But who needs to change? It's the reality of the ground or the instrument that has been designed somewhere else. And obviously the answer is on the second. It's the continuous improvement of the financial instruments and the understanding of that. This is a very difficult sector, but that's why we are here. Otherwise it would have already been done. So I think it's all the multiple dimensions that they need to happen in parallel, but that's equally challenging. And at this, often I'm asked, please provide me a successful example of a landscape approach. Well, if anyone knows one, please send it because I have none. So we are all on the run, we are all doing something, but it's only pieces of the puzzle that we still need to have in place one day, hopefully.
Great. I think that was a very good closure for this challenge, and we can move to the second one, the one about
a viable monitoring and evaluation system.
Yeah, Manuela has already pasted the question in the chat box, and Vu, maybe you can set the scene again for this second challenge.
Yeah, Mr. Khan, I would like to do you want to have to explain a little bit on this? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vu. It's my privilege to really be here with you. And until now, already getting a lot of good advice from participants on improving our work here. Like mentioned by Luis, this is a multiple dimension work. We need the collaboration, we need the joint effort to really do a good job rather than doing with single SME by SME. But we need a joint effort with different multi-dimension investment and support to make it success. And this is a continuous process, not one-off option or solution for any challenges. The next question you mentioned is about, as we understand, without TA support from WF so far, we have to incubate, structure good concept of bankable project. And when they get finance to the bank, for example, we are not sure.
Sorry, Khan. Khan. Sorry, we're struggling to hear you because it seems like your microphone either is in the wind or it's brushing against your jacket.
Sorry, I come back. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, just hold your microphone close to your mouth. It'll be easier for us, I think. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Luis, for your David, for your reminder. We are talking about our challenge in WWF provide TA support to incubate bankable nature-based concept, structure, bankable solution. And when they get financing to certain bank or international financial institution, they say we withdraw our support, and we are wondering if the SME or entrepreneurs still commit themselves to focus on environmental and social safeguard as streamline and verify in their concept, because it is a 5-10 years and it's a big scale implementation. For example, in the big project like the FCD, the size of the project may be more than 10 billion euro. We are talking about a lot of money, and we are talking about the impact. Rather, it's positive or negative. Of course, we can design a good project, but it doesn't mean that when it's run out on the ground, on the environmental and social safeguard issue are assured and committed to comply by SME if without a viable monitoring and evaluation system. We are still think this year out because we are at the conservation perplexity. We are not sure it can go in the way we expect when designing the bankable nature-based solution project. We are looking forward to your advice, input, or discussion. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Can. Any thoughts about this? Yes, Candice.
My experience from our project in Uganda was that for safeguards to work, you need to include the community in designing the safeguards and the measurement of those. So pose the question and have lots of conversations. Say, what are we going to do if farmers plant in the wetlands? How will we know if they've planted in the wetlands? And what are the repercussions of planting in the wetlands? So we posed a lot of questions and said, only once we solve these challenges together would we be able to do a carbon project. And it was very interesting how the communities come back and say, no, we know who's planted, and you have your pictures from the sky. And if you show us your pictures from the sky, we as an association will discipline those members who don't want to comply. So for some things like in carbon, you need to have a commitment to being a net planter. That's another example. The first one was planting in the wetlands. The second example is, I said, I don't want to tell some farmer, you can't cut your trees. If you need to cut your trees, you must be able to cut your trees. But we need as a collective to commit to being a net planter. So what will we do? And they came back to me and said, it's fine. At the level of the collaborative, at the association level, we can commit. That means if one member is going to cut his trees, between us, we will collectively plant extra trees. Between us, we will do that. And so I found it very interesting that by including the communities in the discussions on the safeguards and how we would measure it and how we would solve it, they came up with the solutions. So I don't know if that would work in Vietnam.
That's really interesting, Candice. So what you're saying is the moment you provide the power to the communities to be involved, and they will respond with the responsibility in how to solve the issue. But the key is making an enabling environment where the community can be part of it and can understand what it's all about. And then they are given that responsibility to come up with solutions or how. So it's giving them that power to do that.
There has to be a lot of trust, and they have to understand, or all parties need to understand that it's a co-design, because it's very tempting as the developer to want to fast track things and say, I know the answer, we'll do it like this. But then there's no accountability and ownership, and those safeguards I don't think will last.
I fully agree with you, Candice, and I think the other side of that equation is if that system, well, in a scenario that NFC succeeds to implement a system with your communities around your operation, would that be an acceptable system by those multiple investors which you are working with, or including our own organization that we are talking here in WWF? We also have an extremely demanding environmental and social safeguard system in place. So it comes again to the same discussion: where should be the adaptive part of the system, if on the community side, which is basically the reality on the ground, and if that reality exists because they have certain needs. We can't forget that we are working with natural or semi-natural ecosystems, right? The forests, they tend to be the supermarket of those local communities that live in extremely remote places, which is where we want to work. So yeah, it's a very long chain of one thing to be linked into the other. But if we come with a very rigid and expensive environmental and social safeguard system, of course, it's just a matter of time. It will fail sooner or later. That's what we see often happening.
Thank you. Any other comments on this?
Maybe we can hear from somebody that we haven't heard from before. Perhaps Min Pham or Oliver Gold would like to say something. Or Marcio, one of our colleagues in Southern Bahia from FASB, might have some good ideas.
not sure they are listening to us. So what about the rest? Any other thing? Or maybe we can move to the next challenge. The Vietnamese team, do you want to add something? Then shall we move to the other challenge?
We need to move to the last challenge on green finance. Yep.
Manuela, Manuela, you are so efficient. It is already pasted in the chat box.
How can we involve local banks in financing SMMEs for scaling up with potential BNS supported by WWF? So how can we involve the local banks more to scale up potential BNS projects?
I think this challenge is very clearly framed. I don't know who can, if you want to add anything.
Yes, as explained before, the question is quite clear already, as you said. So, you know, currently with our support at the pilot phase to support the business to improve their business plan, improve their work and strategy to approach the loan as the backbone nature solution. So, but this is just our resource is just limited. Why? There are many other demands from other SME who want to assess the potential loan to improve and develop their business. So with the let's say the model so far supported by us more or less had some successful at this stage. So the role of local bank to provide the financial resource thus can meet the demand of the huge number of the SME to replicate the best practice from our program will be the question. So how can we involve the local bank? Why they may be don't really aware well about the nature-based solution, or they facing with some obstacle of the new indicator, or even the local regulation of the specific country like Vietnam, or even at the provincial level, for example. So there are many obstacles or barriers to bring the challenges to them. So how can we involve the local bank in this pool? This will be our one of the important challenges. I don't know if Mr. Khan can provide some more clarification if needed.
Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to pick on somebody who's got a business background and a finance background. So Pedro, just a couple of seconds warning, so you can think while I'm talking. Pedro works with the NGP team, managing all the finances for a company called the Novaland. And because he has a financial background, Pedro, would you have any ideas on how we can involve the banks more in financing the SMEs and the BNS projects?
That's not an easy question. We are facing same problems in Brazil because the banks, they don't like risk, any kind of risk. So for them to involve with this type of projects, it's very, very difficult. So in the first place, I think we must to show them that the progress of the projects, and they can evolve and they can add results to the so this is the first thing. But with banks, with my experience, it's not easy.
That's a very good point. So it's all about risk. and the banks
Exactly.
aren't willing to take risk. But in supporting an SME, it's all about risk. So it's almost a contradiction. And it's really difficult. I suppose that's why it's been quite difficult to involve local banks in this. So thanks for that, Pedro. And I see Luis has got his hand up too. Luis, would you like to share?
Sure. Well, we say banks, but there are many different types of banks. So I think the first thing is to look for the profile of banks, which they already, or they in their track record, they have somehow worked with the agriculture sector or even with forestry. It's difficult, but there are some banks which they somehow have tried to get closer to this. So they will better understand the type of projects we are trying to promote. And a second thing is to stimulate the contact and the work between the finance instruments, so being an investment fund or another type of financial project, and to stimulate the direct contact between the bank team and the fund team, and let them have their conversations. They use the same language, they use the same concepts, and they try to find ways where they can find the synergies and the benefits that in the end, as Pedro is saying, it will help the bank to understand the de-risking that we are bringing into these projects on one side, and where might be some business opportunities, which in the end, that's what we will look for. They will not go for philanthropic investments in these cases.
Okay, so it's about finding the right bank that is sympathetic to something like this, and then actually having that physical contact with them to try and put them together with the investors.
Candice?
I agree with what Luis has said. I just wanted to make 3 points. In terms of the type of bank, in Uganda, we specifically targeted a microfinance bank because part of their stated mandate was to grow the bottom of the pyramid and to reach more poor rural people. So we were able to meet each other halfway, in that one of their KPIs is the number of new bank accounts that they were opening up at the bottom of the pyramid. So we said, well, we've got a couple of thousand people that we vetted. We've already formed into associations that are looking for bank accounts. Number one, if you can bring them financial literacy trainings and small business skills trainings, we will facilitate all of those meetings. So you don't need to go to the village and find these thousands of people. We will coordinate with you and set up venues and dates for training and bring those people. So we meet them halfway, because the microfinance bank doesn't have the resources to go and find the individual households. But if they can go to a place where NFC is bringing them 500 households, they're very happy. So that's the one point. The other point is that the banks constantly ask me, as another way of de-risking, how could we bring them collateral? So I think there's different ways that projects can look at collateral. One is, the forestry company like NFC could be willing to act as a certain amount of collateral for smaller loans or for group loans. The other one is the value of the trees. I know there have been some projects in Asia where, now that we've mapped the trees and you know exactly how much hectareage there are, if the local forestry officer and the company associated with the smallholders are willing to confirm that X amount of trees are standing and that they're valued at X, maybe using some sort of a market mechanism, that the banks will potentially give them collateral based on the asset of their trees. And then the third one is, I think if you have contracts with one of the projects mentioned was IKEA. So the moment that you have a product and you have a buyer, the banks are very interested in getting involved in, because they know there's going to be a revenue flow And if they can do upfront discounting of invoices or something, they'll make their little cut. And that as so long as that money is going through their system, they will be with you as the business grows. So those are my 3 points. Meet the banks halfway by bringing the smallholders to them and facilitating those meetings and the opening of accounts. Try to find other forms of collateral. And then where you have a supplier or a sourcer or a buyer, utilize that relationship and those invoices as an incentive for the banks to do discounting and to make their small bit of cut.
Thank you, Candice, for bringing these very clear 3 points.
I found that really interesting, and you know what you've done is sort of you've got a lot of experience of because you're talking from what you've done and it's succeeded. What I'm probably going to suggest is perhaps Vu and Khan, it's worthwhile having a discussion offline where you can go into this a little bit more deeper if you want, because I think the aim of the session is really just to find out ideas, and then maybe if you want to follow up, I'm sure Candice wouldn't mind about that. Candice, you're on mute.
I'd be very happy to follow up on that. I just wanted to add, we could probably all come up with little case studies of what is working in our different places from a financial inclusion perspective. And that might also give a bank in a different region the appetite to try it if they can see, okay, this worked. There is a bank that has done this, and over 3 years they did make money.
Dead
and
right.
Here's a contact person to talk to.
Brilliant idea, Candice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's hear to Mr. Hugh, who has raised his hand.
Yeah, I would like to share my experience when we met loan from the bank. You know, really, the bank, they're willing to give our loan. Really now, they're willing to give me the loan because they can see it is a bankable project. It is the most important. So I think if you want the local bank to make a loan for the bankable project, the first thing you had you must have like a economic expert to help the M&E to make a very bankable, really clearly about the economic, about the balance sheet, everything clearly, and it is really visible business. So when the bank they see, okay, you had a good business plan, and one more thing, the business plan must be on the existing business. So this M&E had a experience, had a good customer, and now they can expand the business. So the bank can say, okay, you can do. And the bank, local bank in Vietnam usually need a collateral. So I'm thinking about a guarantee letter. The guarantee letter have like a collateral for the bank, but the SME had to pay. You understand? We prepare the guarantee letter. It means a money for a guarantee letter, but we not pay that letter, just a guarantee. My company will pay that original loan. We will pay the interest also. But if we not enough collateral, so we need a guarantee letter. The guarantee letter include a bankable project, bankable document. So we show to the bank that we can do that. We can do that with a good customer, good business plan. So the bank see that you can get money from me. And then after I finish my project, or on the way in the finish, I will pay the original loan to the bank. But the bank, they make sure, they usually think make a collateral in the first. So if you have them the guarantee letter, so I think this is a good solution. And that guarantee letter can help the company also, and then the company return the original loan. So you can use that money to make another guarantee letter for another company. So I think it is one thing can help the small SME to make a loan from the bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hill. We are happy to hear practical experience of entrepreneur like you when you want to make a bank loan. You are talking about guarantee letter. You are talking about a real bankable business plan with a very clear financial model, balance sheet, whatever, to prove that you have a very sound business plan and you will succeed in making profit as you plan. And of course, back to another advice of Sandy, talking about linking to the good supply chain and assured by the good buyer. Like in the case of IKEA, they are going to buy product. If you have a contract with them, your business plan can be accepted, can be welcomed by the bank. This side of the lesson learned tonight regarding the question we raised with different kind of dimension. I think so far I appreciate very much. Appreciate very much. We learned a lot. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Thank you, Sandy. We are looking forward to another advice and input. Thank you.
Thanks. So, well, I just wanted to thank in public Tiberu Amare that has sent a very inspiring comment to the chat. And I think that we can close this session here. Thank you all for getting your hands dirty. I think there is a great potential in these conversations among project developers, and I am very happy to see that this is going to evolve into further conversations beyond this encounter.
I think that's the most important thing. I think a lot of ideas have come out of this. And I think now, in this particular case, it would be lovely for you and Candice to get together to find out more to see if there is a possibility of taking something further in Vietnam from the Ugandan experience. And I think that's the same with some of the other comments that were made earlier on for some of the other questions. So yeah, it's been a great session, Elena.
Yeah, you see little hearts in the screen.
Thanks, Abram.
Thank you all. So Vu, I think that we are in the right moment to have a look at your inspiring slideshow. Do you want to share it with us?
Okay, yeah. So before that, I would like to thank you all of your comment and question, because even we are in the different country, different continent, and different, let's say, the system of the local government, of the economic condition, but we come up with the same idea that we want to make it happen. The Bankable Nature Solution Project that can support the small and medium enterprise and smallholder who rely on the forest, and we want to contribute to have the responsibility to the environment. So thank you again. So for that, I would like to inspire you with something from Vietnam throughout a song.
So this is our inspirational pill that you're about to give us.
Okay.
This is creating a lot of spectacle.
Yeah, this is the song about the life of tree and the life of the human.
Trên đồi núi thật cằn khô, cây có hiểu vì sao chim thường kéo về làm tổ, và em như cụm lan mọc từ từ những cánh cổ thụ già kia. Và tôi vẫn nhớ hoài một loài cây sống gần nhau thân mới thẳm. Có một cây là có rừng và rừng sẽ lên xanh, rừng giữa đất quê hương. Ai cũng chọn việc nhẹ nhàng, gian khổ sẽ dành phần ai. Ai cũng một thời trẻ trai, cũng từng nghĩ về đời mình. Phải đâu mây nhờ duỗi chiều, phải đâu trong đục cũng đầy. Phải không anh, phải không em? Chân lý thuộc về mọi người, không chịu sống đời nhỏ nhoi. Xin hát về bạn bè tôi, những người sống vì mọi người. Ngày đêm canh giữ đất trời, rạng rỡ như rừng mai nở chiều xuống.
Okay.
Wow, Boo, that was
you.
beautiful. That really was. I didn't realize that you had such a beautiful voice. Sure, it's amazing.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for this beautiful, beautiful moment. That was the perfect ending, but I need to give the word to Luis. Luis, I don't know what you are going to add to this, but it's the moment for the closure.
Yeah, well, Luis always gets the last word, so this is the perfect
Yeah,
opportunity,
and
Luis.
this, after this slideshow, yes, you've got it difficult. So please surprise us, Luis.
I think it's the other way around. I think Vu has just made my life very easy, because I think this expresses exactly what we like to do in NGP. It's to bring the best of each of our colleagues, of the places where they came from. I think during these 3 days we have showed the diversity of cultures, but as it has been said just a while ago, we all share common challenges, and it's the differences that make us richer, but then it's through sharing those common challenges that we can also find the inspiration and the energy, and sometimes, if we are lucky, some solutions to move to the next step. So I'll start by thank you to the Vietnam team today, to the Brazilian team yesterday, and the Ghanaian team on Tuesday. This tour around the world has been what we expected, to show that we are doing things happening on the ground. We have projects that in the last few years, they have moved from being a big idea, and now we are hands-on, making things happen at different speeds, with adapting to the local, different realities. But we have turned the page, and we are in a different moment. The idea of this study tour, the project developers, it's also something new. This has been the 2nd edition. So we have been forced, all of us, to adapt due to the 2 pandemic years. And now we are emerging from that moment. So please bear with us. And I'm really happy that at least we still have 17 of us online after these 3 days, because this is the community of practice that we want to keep together. It's those who are doing the projects are the primary destinies of what we are doing here. We want to strengthen your relations. We want that Yanara meet Can, that Abraham meets Neuza, and we want that you guys know each other and start feeling free to reach out to each other and come to us with ideas and suggestions of how can we as NGP to help you to interact in a more efficient way. So these study tours, they are always adapting to the needs. This model will not be replicated next year. It will be adapted to the conversations that we will continue to follow with all of you from the WWF Forest Forward program until the NGPTA projects. We want to make the most out of this, okay? So use the network, come to us, suggest new things. And the most amazing news that I have to bring you is that the old NGP field study tours, they will become again, to become a reality. We'll go to Uganda next October, to Bahia next November, and we'll back to Central Annamites in the beginning of next year. So just put that on your calendar and start planning where next tour you want to be in the field. And that's it. So from my side, I'm really proud. I'm so proud of what we are doing here. And every time I am with you, it's like renewing. It's like from the first time again. So thank you, sincerely.
Thanks, Luis. So I am getting kind of emotional now, David. Let's try to do a final group photo. Manuela, can you move us to the mosaic view?
And if everybody could turn their cameras on, then we can have a photograph with everybody.
Yes. And let's do a proper Tivebu.
Yeah.
Can you move your screen? Exactly. Let's do a proper group photo. I am going to ask you to hold your hands. We are very far away, but we can do this. Well, I can hold your hand, David.
Yep. Inara, can you switch your camera on and you there we go. That's
okay,
it.
so if you put your hand at the edge of the screen, you see I am now touching Vu's hand. So that way it feels like we are holding hands. David, please hold Manuela's hand.
Oh, I'm trying to find, I can't find Manuela's hand. There you go. Got it.
There. Okay. So who's going to take the picture? Now we've got a problem.
Okay, well, forgive your hand, Manuela.
Okay. So nice to hold your hands. We are here. We are a network of project developers supporting each other and changing things in the landscape and in the life of people from the landscape.
So well done, everybody.
Yes.
Great participation.
And
Thank you.
have a safe trip back home.
Exactly. See you soon.